We started our lecture on chapter 17 in seminar 16 by talking about what it's not about. And that began with set theory and also led to the arithmetic of the sexual act. This is not what chapter 17 is about. But what chapter 17 is not about also gives us some great insight into what's cracking in the subsequent two chapters. So recall what we said 17 is not about. It's not about set theory, but there's great stuff in here on set theory and the articulatory possibilities that set theory reduces the numerical order of mathematics to, namely an order of ideal and idealized privileges around the unit. Set theory precisely is constructed to strip this numerical ordering of the unit. Mathematics in the field of set theory no longer has access to oneness, to the unit. The unit has no privilege in it, Lacan tells us in chapter 17. A privilege of unity, of corporality, of essentialness, of totality itself. And so what you had to hear is that set theory can teach psychoanalysts about multiplicity as a foundational element of theory and technique. But mathematics on its own, however revealing that may be, because it relies on a logic of the unit, would instead teach the analyst about oneness, assuming that a foundation could be had atop the unit, privilege given to notions of unity, essentialness, and crucially, totality. It's no coincidence that Lacan is bringing this up, because at the end of Seminar 17, we get a vision of a stagnated analysis, which is also what we were talking about in the previous lecture. This idea that the analyst gets fixated on a purely imaginary division between truth and knowledge, which we tried to correct for with a revision or two of the interior 8 that we start seeing figuring in Lacan's thought around Seminar 11 forward. And the possibility of treatment at the level of identification and the impossibility of that ever revealing anything about the not of the neurotic. Notice how Lacan puts it at the end of chapter 17. This treatment of identifications carries in itself no promise of resolution of what constitutes the not for the neurotic. And so we asked ourselves, what is this not of neurosis? Lacan tells us he's not going to say anything about it. And yet we can kind of guess from where he goes immediately after saying he will not tell us anything about it. But what I mean is that because of what is involved in the nature of the neurotic, which is profoundly that he is asked what is involved in his desire. Replace the word asked with demanded, and we've got some headway here. Whether the psychoanalyst is complicit by sustaining without knowing it the foundation of the structure of the neurotic, namely by demanding that the neurotic speak to what's involved in their desire, that his desire can only be sustained from this demand. Now, I think what we should be reading this as is in terms of the interior 8 and the big D on the right-hand side of that interior 8, right around 3 o'clock. The analyst becomes hypnotized, Lacan says. At the end, the analyst ends up by becoming the look and voice of his patient. Now, how are we to connect these two elements? In chapters 18 and 19, we get some good leads on how to connect this stagnated analysis, regardless of the truth and knowledge bit, but really the focus of an analyst who has been hypnotized. And Lacan wants to point out, psychoanalysis begins as a break from hypnosis, and yet, not surprisingly here, it fails routinely by slipping back into hypnosis, but not at the level of the analysand, in fact, at the level of the analyst. I would submit that both analyst and analysand are rather hypnotized when analysis stagnates in the field of identifications. How that happens and what that looks like starts to become clear in chapter 18. And I'm moving fast here because I want to rock through chapters 18 and 19 together. Notice, 18 begins by Lacan saying, hey y'all, I bet some of y'all might be philosophers, i.e. thinkers, perhaps even thinkers that have confused knowledge of their own thought, etc., etc. You hear where I'm going with this. Thinking then is approximated with ideology. And then at the bottom of the second paragraph in chapter 18, seminar 16, we get the term that Lacan assigns to thought when it turns ideological, when knowledge is thought to progress, to precede the discussion at hand. This is the question that I posed under the terms of the subject supposed to know. Notice where Lacan goes on this topic. Next page. As long as the consequences, properly speaking, of a radical putting into suspense of this question of the subject supposed to know have not been tested, we remain in idealism, in a word, in its most backward form. I would guess that this is the same idealism, the same privileged idealism that set theory undermines in mathematics. Namely, that the foundational element in analysis here would be the unit. And not just any unit, but the omniscient, totalized, encompassing, complete unit that the analysand projects onto the analyst and that the analyst is all too often hypnotically lured into. And Lacan's point here is that if you don't call that shit into question, you're going to wind up in that stagnated form of analysis. In a word, in its most backward form. In the one that, Lacan continues, when all is said and done, has remained unshaken in a certain structure and that is called neither more nor less theology. That's the risk, is that analysis slips back into theology. The subject supposed to know is God. Full stop, nothing else, Lacan says. When the analyst plays God, analysis slips back into theology. This is absolutely crucial to understanding why Lacan is so drawn into set theory, why he keeps insisting that the big other doesn't exist. What he's trying to work at here now, it seems to me, are the clinical implications for assuming otherwise. The topic is extended into the next page, and with terrific effect as well. He asks, is it even possible for thinking to sustain the confrontation of the putting in question of the subject supposed to know? In other words, can y'all even handle this? Handle what Lacan is asking of the analyst, regardless of what the analyst projects when they show up to therapy and say to the analyst, listen, you're the doctor, I'm the patient, fix me. You've got all those fancy degrees sitting behind your chair. You've got all these fancy books on your shelf. Look at all the knowledge you have. You're the new God. Fuck Google. Fuck ChatGPT. The analyst is God. And Lacan's critique is, y'all are all too ready to play that part, to such an extent that he doesn't even know if it's possible for the thinking of the analyst to even put into question the subject supposed to know. And then he goes on page 4 of our translation, to rattle against psychoanalysis in this form. The fact is, and what I have to articulate, which is solidary with it, namely psychoanalysis, I can only manage by getting across, first of all, what I solicited from the analysts, at least to have an up-to-date discourse about what they are effectively handling. Call it what you want, treatment, analytic experience, it is all one. And in this respect, their thinking remains backward. There's that word again, backward, to the point that it is easy to put your finger on the fact that it is, when all is said and done, to one of the briefest forms of summing up the subject, that there are attached particular notions that are by no means harmless. This, according to Lacan, is a veritable degradation of what critical thinking has been able to touch upon. So the subject supposed to know is ideology at work. And when this creeps into analysis, we see a degradation of what critical inquiry, critical thought, namely ideology critique, has been able to touch upon. He's not fucking around at 18. He's trying to get right to it. Notice the top of page 5 as this discussion continues. And to say what is at stake in a really obvious way, I will focus it on the terms of inside and outside that are evoked. That these terms are, of course, in Freud's discourse from the origin is not a reason for us not to question them in the closest possible way. So a summing up of the subject gives way to a discussion of insides and outsides. And you know how Lacan thinks about insides and outsides. Well, in terms of Klein bottles, in terms of Mobius strips, in terms of the interior 8 that you can form by a single loop of string, but not without creating an overpass and an underpass, as you heard me say in the previous lecture. Otherwise, if we don't look hard at inside and outside and think critically when summing up the subject, we risk seeing being produced these sorts of deviations that hinder what might be glimpsed in analytic experience that is of a nature to nourish or at the very least flow into the essential question, that of the subject supposed to know. As long as the subject supposed to know, before we know, has not been put in question in the most serious way, one could say that our whole approach remains attached to what, in a thinking which is not detached from it, is a factor of resistance. Because a defective conception of the terrain on which we pose questions inevitably leads to their radical distortion. So at stake here is a defective conception of the terrain on which analytic experience unfolds. And because the analyst has a defective conception of this terrain, all of the questions and inquiries and discussions lead to a radical distortion. Like I said, Lacan's not fucking around here in chapter 18. So if mathematics suffers from a fetish of the unit, that set theory helps them absolve by revealing multiplicity, not oneness, to be the foundation, at the level of the set, at the level of the sequence, instead of at the level of the number. What Lacan is trying to do here is to help make a similar absolution in the field of psychoanalysis. Here, the foundational unit seems to be the analyst, qua subject supposed to know, as omniscient, as godlike, where now analysis is reduced to theology. He then is shifting and saying, okay, what happens if we start and continue with the subject supposed to know fantasy from the analysand to the analyst and back again, as we wind up with a complete misunderstanding of the field of analytic experience where things unfold. What then is the accurate understanding of experience? Well, it's going to start by comporting the analyst with the big other. The big other doesn't exist, but the barred other does. Similarly, in analysis, it's productive to recall that the big other, the analyst supposed to know, doesn't exist. But there are numerous signifiers of the fact that the analyst is a barred other. And that's important here, especially when you recall the interior 8 work we were doing and the maximal distance that the analyst is supposed to sustain between the I of identification and that little d on the other side. Here again, we're thinking of the interior 8 as developed at the end of Seminar 11 and suggested by the diagram at the start of chapter 17, which is also an interior 8. As we've worked this stuff out, we come up with a fallen image of the analyst. The analyst must fall in order for the analysand to stumble onward to their drive. What is the field in which the analyst falls and the analysand stumbles? Check out chapter 18, page 16, just under the wild and wildly illustrative simplification of the graph of desire that you see in the margins there. After all, it is not for nothing that these terms are manifested by little letters by an algebra. Here we are again, back at math. What is proper to an algebra is to be able to have different interpretations. Now, you might ask a mathematician, and they might disagree. In fact, having a single coherent symbol, a mathematical algebraic symbol whose meaning doesn't waver, may be precisely what the mathematician strives towards. Lacan, though, sees that as not true. The fundamental truth of algebra is that its terms have different interpretations. So the term in question here is signifier of the barred other. Signifier of the barred other in the upper left-hand quadrant of the graph of desire can mean all sorts of things, up to and including the function of the death of the Father. Not just any Father here. Don't forget, we are still talking about God. The death of God, but also the death of the analyst, as omniscient, as subject supposed to know. But notice this. But, however, Lacan says, at a radical level, at the level of bringing logic into our experience, and this is crucial here, logic, structure, mathematics, when Lacan starts turning towards these terms, logic and structure, he's going to try and do something different. Every time he brings this up, it's in order to generate a more radical turn on a very familiar topic. But at a radical level, at the level of logic and bringing logical insight, symbolic logic, true analytic thought into analytic experience, the signifier of the barred other is exactly, if it is somewhere and can be fully articulated, what is called structure. Sit with that for a second. The signifier of the barred other is exactly what is called structure. This is how Lacan understands structure, language, the symbolic, the big other. It is always lacking at some level. And we've been over this so many times in our last two series that I won't burden you any longer with this. But something is excised from the symbolic, from the big other. In the last couple of series of lectures, we talked about barred A equals big A minus J. And we talked about the co-construction of this barred other and the excised J, in order to remind us that it wasn't like there was a big other that was whole and complete and then jouissance was taken from it, subtracted from it. That's not the case here. Structure for Lacan is always already incomplete. Language is always already lacking. The big other is always already, in fact, the barred other. You might even say that the big other is a fantasy conditioned upon the fact that we're surrounded by barred others. If one can in any term qualify as structuralism, and you know the reservations I have about this philosophical label, Lacan continues, it is insofar as the relationship between what allows there to be edified a rigorous logic and what, on the other hand, is shown to us in the unconscious by certain irreducible faults of articulation. There you have it. The articulatory possibilities that set theory introduces into mathematics bring with them a whole series of faults of articulation, which you don't really have to hear as error. You have to hear as error, Not error, but space, opening, aerations of sorts. Faults as in fault lines, as in gaps of articulation. You can read that as intersections, relationships. 1 + 1 always equals 3 in Lacanian psychoanalysis because there is the differential relation between one and one that allows them to be distinct and thus added together. That differential relation is a fault of articulation. You might even say that articulation is the very fault in question here. The differential relation is an element to be considered. But again, we've talked about that, so I'm just kind of reminding you of that discussion as we move forward. And what, on the other hand, is shown to us in the unconscious by certain irreducible faults of articulation, irreducible being very important here too, from which proceeds this very effort that bears witness to the desire to know. So there is that desire to know that we heard in the previous chapter emerging from the field of the unconscious, from this 0 point of I do not know, which births a desire to know, which brings us to the false consciousness of knowing that I think, self-consciousness being always false consciousness in this model. And then to specific S2s, to discourses. Again, think back to the model we were working with in the last lecture. There's that desire to know. And then it's right back to perversion. Why? Because the pervert is the person that wants to make up for these faults of articulation. These irreducible breaks or aerations in structure in the big other, in the barred other, are precisely the ones that the pervert tries to fill in. As I told you, what I defined as perversion is in some way the primary restoration, the restitution of the objet A to this field of the big other, a return of perhaps the lost object of jouissance to the big other. As long as we can recall that the return of jouissance to the big other provided by the pervert, we're not going to let that presuppose that jouissance was previously there, has been taken, and now is being restored at the level of the big other. But nevertheless, we're working through the logic of perversion here still. This is why I compared him to the man of faith. Indeed, ironically, to a crusader. He gives to God his veritable plenitude. Again, this is what's at stake in the logic of perversion, according to Lacan, is that the pervert is a man of faith in a field in which God is lacking. What does God lack? We know what God lacks, a God of his own. And in fact, even in the next chapter, we hear Lacan asking in chapter 19, whether and to what extent God even has a God of his own. He jokes about this, that there would be an opportunity for him to sit down with a theologian and pick his brain and ask insidious questions of the type as to whether, for example, it is all that sure that God believes in God. Right? Lacan's point is that God doesn't believe in God. God lacks God. The big other does not have a big other. There is no other of the other. It's interesting that the question then would become whether God has faith. But that's not the passage in chapter 19 I want to call your attention to. It's a great one. It's provoking, but it's not the one that we want to focus on. Instead, in chapter 19, the fun begins on page 7, and we are back to the question of mathematics in a sense. But here focus strictly on that field of analytic experience that gets distorted and fucked up when the analysand and the analyst both become hypnotized with this idealized version of the analyst as subject supposed to know. In what concerned the symbolic, it must be counted as at least 1, the number 1. For a long time, people believed that counting could be reduced to the capital O, 1. To the one of God, there is only one. To the one of the empire, to the one of Proclus, to the one of Plotinus. That is why there is nothing excessive in our symbolizing the field of the symbolic here by this number 1. Now, when Lacan says 1, you also have to hear the UN. We talked about this before, so I'm not going to go over it, but just remember this from our series on Seminar 11, that the 1 in question is also the UN at the front of unconscious. A negation, in other words, in addition to the French word for one. What has to be grasped, he continues, is that, of course, this number 1 that is not simple, and which that was where the progress took place. People noticed functioned as a numerical one, namely generated an infinity of successors on condition that there was a 0. It's a great sentence, very clunky. Let's see if we can read it just clean. This 1 that is and of the symbolic generates an infinity of successors on condition that there was a 0 point. And here we start getting to the inside of set theory. You can't have a 1 unless you have a whole series of other elements in a succession, in a set. Just like in order for there to be a first instance, that presupposes that there has been a subsequent second instance. In order for there to be a repetition, for instance, that repetition has to be linked to an original moment that at the time had nothing to do with repetition. It was just an event going off. But to be first suggests a sequential ordering, and here on condition that there was a 0 there first. And any time the 0 comes up in Lacan's thought, your ears better prick. What then is this 0? This 0 point that oftentimes is associated with the unconscious, as we heard in our last lecture. Here we've got a 0 that is presupposed by any emphasis on the 1. Next page. I therefore first defined objet A as essentially founded on the effects of what happens in the field of the big O other, in the symbolic field, in the field of arranging, in the field of order, in the field of language, sequence, articulatory possibilities in set theory, and so forth. Notice, though, the final qualification that he offers, in the field of the dream of unity, on these malicious effects in the field of the imaginary. What he's talking about here is the fundamental fantasy that comes with an understanding of the other, of the symbolic field, of the differential orders of language and the like, where lack can't be avoided, where lack shows up, where we're constantly encountering signifiers of the barred other. This in turn evokes dreams of unity, dreams of union, dreams of the universe of discourse that at the start of 16 we learned doesn't exist. And these dreams are occurring in the field of the imaginary. Note that this implies the very structure of the field of the big O other as such, as I tried, thanks to a schema, to make you sense in more than one of my previous lectures this year. What is indicated here as an effect in the field of the imaginary is nothing other than the fact that this field of the big O other is, as I might say, in the form of objet A. In this field, this is inscribed in a topology that to image, because of course this is only an intuitive image, presents itself as wholing it, not rendering it whole, but punching a hole, drilling a hole, the hole left, a lack that emerges from a loss of jouissance that is the condition of possibility for the symbolic, for the field of the other. Lacan's been very clear about that as he kind of rounds into the third quarter of Seminar 16 here. And that word is back here again. A hole in the big other, in the symbolic field, in the field of language that leaves a hollow an opening of sorts, an opening that is designated by objet a. Remember, little a always names lack in our formulations. But also an opening into which little pieces of shit, little objects a, can be put so that they rattle around as iron due to magnets can in the vestibular system of a tiny shrimp we've discussed, as elements in a vacuole, a container of sorts, in a plant cell can rattle around, as that little piece of metal, rock, a bean, can rattle around in a bell, introducing these three elements that we have in the commodity: the shiny surface, the piece of shit inside, and the space between that shiny surface and the piece of shit inside. Here developing something very different from the image of Socrates again. The rustic old box with a shiny agalma, a prize of sorts inside. The image we have here in Seminar 16, once more, is of something shiny on its exterior, with a slight piece of shit rattling around inside. It's the hold structure here, the holiness, if you will, in the best possible way, that the commodity introduces into the discussion. We still have yet to see what can be made of this holiness. We're 19 chapters in. There are only a few more left to go in Seminar 16. Let's see if we can get there. Chapter 20 in Seminar 16 is terrific. It's got a lot of great stuff in there and really proves the point that a large stake of what we've been working on here is the relationship between the subject and the other, particularly the barred subject and the barred other. Notice how Lacan sets all this up. The action begins on page 1, very first line. It is impossible not to consider the incidence of the subject as primary in psychoanalytic practice. Next page, it continues again. That is why it is always essential to take up again the question of the structure in psychoanalysis at the level of the subject. It is what constitutes the real progress. It is, of course, the only thing that can make what is improperly called the clinic progress. Moving on to page 3. What is the structure of the subject? Well, it's exactly the structure that we've been talking about ever since we started reading this seminar. The structure of the subject is defined according to that of the signifier. The signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier. There's the hypothesis, there's the formula that we've been working on throughout this seminar. And you know the basic topology of the subject that results from this. There's an S1 pointing to an S2, and underneath the S1 is a barred subject. The S1 is the signifier that represents the barred subject to another signifier, here designated as S2. Here is the formula, Lacan says, the originating formula, as I might say, that allows us to situate correctly what is involved in a subject. This is the first diagram that we worked with. The second is where we see this diagram being progressively encompassed in iterations of itself. So the first topology, S1 to S2 over barred subject, gets encompassed and becomes a new S2 relative to an iteration of the exact same topos. Now S1 related to the newly encompassed elements with a barred subject underneath. You know the diagram I'm talking about. It just progressively unfolds from there. You also see this being discussed, albeit not as explicitly, a little further down on the page, page 3. Here then is something that has already been sufficiently described here for me not to have to redo its whole construction and commentary. The first relationship that moreover is pregnant with all the others, from S1 to S2, from this signifier that represents the subject for another signifier. In the effort that we make to circumscribe what is involved as regards the other of these signifiers, we try, as we have already written, to open up the field in which everything that is second signifier, namely the body, at the level of which the subject is going to be represented by a signifier, to inscribe at the locus of big A, this locus which is the big other. The big other, as we've discussed in this series, is an operational logic of progressive encompassment, where each topology of the subject gives way to a bigger, badder version of the same topology that encompasses it. Gives way to a bigger, badder topology that encompasses it. Something is always dropping out, though. The operational logic of the big other, and that's all it really is an operator, is to progressively encompass each of the dropping out barred subjects. We've been over this. I won't spend much time on it. You can review the earlier lectures if you're interested in it. I think you sufficiently remember that by writing what is involved in this way, all we can do at the level of the very inscription of S2 is to repeat that for everything that follows, namely everything that may be inscribed subsequently, we must put the mark of big A again as locus of inscription. Namely, to see in short, there being hollowed out from what I called the last time the in form of this big A, a new noun that we are making up for our own use, the in form of big A, the little a that holds it. So here we're back to discussions of why the big other doesn't exist, and why what in fact we see is the barred other. The barred other does exist, but the big other does not. The barred other is a hold other, an other that has been bored out, that has a hollow in it. Objet A, this little a, is the symbol we use to designate this hole in the barred other, this hole that constitutes the big other as always already barred. Again, we've been through this many times, so I'm going to move quickly through it. It's an inform, Lacan tells us. And this little a designates the hole and also marks something that's able to rattle around in that hole. Think about, for instance, the work that we did with the sleigh bell. Let's pause for a moment, Lacan says, at something that I consider as sufficiently understood because of having been, I had some testimony of it, tangible to some people who found some evidence, in clinical work, for this inform of big A. Again, we're just reading right through chapter 20 here. We're now on page 4 of this chapter, and the hits just keep coming. A formula designated to show what is really involved in objet A. Namely, the topological structure of big A itself, which means that the big A is not complete, is not identifiable in any case to a number 1, to a whole. So again, if you needed another passage to add to Lacan's claim from Seminar 14 forward, that the big other doesn't exist, that it is always incomplete, that it is not whole, that there is no universe of discourse, and so on and so on and so on, here it is. The topological structure of the big/barred other, which means that it is not complete. You cannot identify it in any case to a 1. There is no oneness to the big other. It is not a total set. It operationalizes elements in hopes, in an effort, as a will to totality, but it never gets there. It is not a whole. It is always only a pile of parts at most. In a word, that this big A is absolutely to be felt, to be represented, as if it were at the level of paradox, the paradox that logicians had good reason for creating, the paradox of the set described as all the sets that do not contain themselves. So if you've seen our series on 14, you know that Russell's paradox pops largely in there. Here it is again, the set of all sets that do not contain themselves. And you similarly see the basic paradox of the big other being played out here around container and or thing contained. Think back to our example of the wastebasket. The wastebasket is not among the contents that constitute it as a trash-containing entity. The trash can is not included in the trash can. It's a logic of container and thing contained. That's really all Lacan is operationalizing here, is the dilemma of the container's relation to its own contents. Here's how he summarizes Russell's paradox. Again, if you need another passage for this, in chapter 20. Either it is going to contain itself, and that is a contradiction, or it does not contain itself. So then, not being one of those that does not contain itself, it contains itself, and we find ourselves before a second contradiction. You can look it up if you're curious about Russell's paradox. This is Lacan's account of it. The stake here is understanding why and how and to what effect the big other is always the barred other, an other that lacks. He goes on to offer a pretty slick formula that allows him to make just a very clean argument about the differential system of signifiers that he understands as language, the symbolic, and the like. And it's really quite simple. So simple, in fact, that he surprises himself a little earlier when he says, I can't even believe nobody's even brought this up. And the simplicity of this is that signifiers cannot represent themselves except by being distinguished from themselves. This is that differential system that we've talked so much about. Again, think of looking up any word in the dictionary. You look up the word cat in the dictionary and you do not see the word cat. You see a whole host of other signifiers, the meanings of which you have to understand in order to make sense of what cat is. This differential system of signifiers readily apparent in any interaction you might have with the dictionary. But again, we've been over that, so we're going to move fast in the direction Lacan is taking us here, in a chapter that of itself is pretty summative as well. There are some new elements in here, and that's what I want to get to, but a lot of this is just a great summative statement of where he's been so far. Not coincidentally, we're a few chapters from the end of the seminar itself. It's usually a point where Lacan takes it upon himself to try and cinch up what he's been doing and bring some sort of summative statements to bear. This alterity of the signifier to itself is properly what is designated by the term of the big other marked by an O, or in this case, a big A. The big other is this differential system of signifiers. That's why we can oftentimes link it very readily to the symbolic, to language, and the like. He then wants to make a bit of a fuss about the big A as a signifier of the big other, and what that does in terms of allowing the big other as a virtual entity to be separate from its inscription. We don't need all that fancy stuff, because what we know is that S2 as an avatar of the big other is every bit an inscription or an embodiment at the level of language of the big other. This big A, qua exterior to S2, that inscribes it, is the in-form of big A, namely the same thing as little a, Lacan says on page 5. Now this little a, as we know, is the subject itself, insofar as it can only be represented by a representative that is S1 on this occasion. So here we get to the meat of what's happening in Seminar 16, Chapter 20. The status of this particularly strange function object designated by little a. Little a marks lack. It's also the small piece of trash, shit, that can rattle around inside the very opening that it designates. It is always also an object, little a. Now, that's part of what we've been toying with here. What Lacan wants to do is say that there's some sort of a superimposition of objets between that which designates the lack in the barred other and that which designates the lack in the barred subject. And again, that's really been the question here. What is the relationship between the barred subject and the barred other? He wants to say that this first otherness is that of the signifier which can only express the subject in the form of what we have learned to circumscribe in analytic practice in terms of a particular strangeness. This is what objet is linked to, a particular strangeness that pops up in analytic practice. And it's this that I would like. I would say not to open up today because, moreover, in a seminar that I gave at one time, it was in the year 1961 to 1962 on identification, I laid its foundations. So again, Lacan's saying, listen, I've already talked about this. Nevertheless, he goes on, it is these foundations themselves that I am recalling, simply summarized and brought together today to make you sense something that is not to be taken as given to any analyst, of course, except by analytic experience. He, the analyst, knows what is involved in this little a as essential to the subject and as marked by this strangeness. And then notice this move where he cues up the drive. Besides, I already enumerated these little a's long enough ago for it to be well known from the breast to excrement, from the voice to the look and the look being very important elements in this chapter. What is meant in its ambiguity by the word strangeness, with its affective note and also its indication of a topological margin. That's a pretty nice statement on the drives. Objet A is an object and an opening. And let's be more precise than that even. Objet A marks a lost object and a found opening. And that's part of the dialectic that constitutes the drives. A dialectic of objects lost and openings found. If there's a lost and found piston, if you will, in the drive, it's around objects lost and openings found. That's kind of what he's getting at here. The breast, excrement, the voice, and the look, these are the lost objects whose loss indicates a topological margin, an opening, an edge structure known here as the erogenous zone. It's with the loss of the breast that the mouth, qua lips, emerges as an opening, as a topological margin in the human form. It's in navigating the relation to excrement that the anus begins to emerge as a topological margin, an opening with an edge or rim-like structure in the human form, and so on and so forth. A nice little concise statement on the drive, more of a side note to what we're up to here, but certainly one worth pointing out. What is at stake is to make those who do not have this as a datum of experience sense something or other that can evoke its reasonable place in the reference points of what is considered as practical experience. Wrongly, it is no more practical than analytic experience, but let's go. This is the introduction that Lacan offers to chapter 20, here at the end of Seminar 16. What happens next is the more interesting part of what he's doing here in chapter 20. And it all starts on the very same page with his discussion of the trace. The passages on the trace are a little enigmatic. He links them back to his statements on identification on page 6. And then on page 6 and page 7, he starts to trace out a logic of the trace and then the effacement of the trace that I think sounds a lot more complicated than it actually is, only because we have, in a very real sense, already done the work of unpacking this stuff. think back to what we did with S1. First as a unary trait, namely a trace, and second as a master signifier, as the effacement of that trace. We'll talk about that, but let's see first of all how Lacan puts it on page 6 of chapter 20 here. I was talking about identification, and I used the word trace. The trace means something. The trace of a hand, the trace of a foot, an imprint. Observe carefully here at this level that trace is distinguished from signifier differently to what in our definition as we have already distinguished as sign. This is interesting. The sign, I said, is what represents something for someone. Here there is no need for someone. A track is sufficient in itself. That's the first ambiguity here. I would suggest that we can leave that and move on to the second in the very next paragraph. We can here and now posit that what the trace becomes through metaphor, the sign if you wish, through metaphor also. These words are not in the right place because I have just ruled them out. Okay, and then here's the stuff. What a subject signifies qua trace, this sign, contrary to the natural trace, has no other support than the in-form, big A. What does that mean, he asks. The trace passes on to the in-form of the big A, the ways in which it was effaced. So there's the trace and then its effacement. The subject is the very ways by which, as imprint, the track finds itself effaced. So whatever else the subject is, it is simultaneously traced and effacing of that trace. It has been tracked through and also marks an effacement of that track. A witticism that I already pinned to this remark, entitling what could be said about it, the four effacings of the subject. The subject is the one that effaces the trace by transforming it into look to be understood as slit, half glimpse. Terrific passage that he explains a little bit later, but that we're going to need to make some more of. It is through this that he tackles what is involved in the other who has left the trace. He has passed that way. He is beyond. It is not enough to say, of course, that a subject as such does not leave a trace. What defines him and at the same time delivers him is, first of all, something through which he is effectively distinguished. As compared to any living organism, what is involved in the animal that speaks is that he can efface them, and efface them as such, as being his tracks. Now, if you think back to our third major diagram of this series, the one that has the barred subject, the S1 and the S2 in position, but then underneath it has the barred A. The barred other is the overarching set virtual entity that gives way to the subset known as S2, out of which there's generated an S1 qua unary trait that then is delivered to the subject and has a splitting effect, at the very least splitting the subject into the constitutive components of the ego, ideal, and the superego, as we've discussed. Here you see S1 functioning as a unary trait. The word Lacan is using here is trace, track, imprint. S1 as unary trait is an imprinting or a tracing or a tracking through by the big barred other into the subject. It's this first understanding of S2 that we discussed in our third major diagram of the series. So here's what you have. You have a barred other, a big other always lacking, that's a virtual operational logic, a structure, and no more. And then you've got S2 as a discourse or a discipline, an avatar, a subset, Lacan says, of this barred other. Here he's describing it as an inscription of the big barred other, bound by the same operational logics and limitations. And that's the important part here. S2 does not equal the big other, but it is bound by the same operational logics and limitations, the basic one of which is absolute containment. It pushes towards totality and is limited by its inability to reach that totality, the same way that the big other is always barred. This avatar, the example we had from back in the day, was a family of names, would give way to a single name, one name. Anthony, I believe, was the name we chose. That would be the S1, or the unary trait that would be inscribed onto the subject. And that would be the imprint, the trace, or the track. What Lacan is here suggesting then is that there's this second move. The subject is not just the passive site of this trace or this track or this imprint that the big other leaves on them by way of S2. The subject is also the one who can efface this trace, Lacan says, who can transform it. Here we see the S1 in the other major arrow of this third diagram we developed, functioning not as a unary trait, but as a master signifier, a signifier that stands out from the barred other and all of its S2s, and ideally could be accepted and integrated eventually, but in a more radical fashion, if not accepted, would remain on the outside, a missing signifier relative to whatever S2 it designates, or at least tries to mark. The example we had was of the split subject saying, I no longer want to be called Anthony. My friends all call me Tone. It's a fairly pedestrian, basic example, but what it captures is some part, some signifier, some name within the S2 of all these family names that is not yet included. And the question then becomes, can the family accept this as a name? Can Tone now become part of the regiment of first names accessible to anyone who's born into this family? If the answer is yes, you have an integration where the master signifier now can be used as a unary trait and delivered to other subjects. So, he was born Anthony. As a teenager, he insisted on Tone. The family accepted Tone, and then future generations now have access to Tone as their unary trait, as their proper name. And they, in turn, can come along and say, I don't want to be called Tone. Tone was my grandfather's name. I want you to call me T. T-money. You keep going with the examples here. Those S1s as master signifiers can either be integrated into the S2, allowing them to be metabolized and redistributed as S1's unary traits, or they can remain outside, rejected, dejected on the outside as missing signifiers, and by extension, signifiers of lack. But we'll come to that in a second. The main point here is that the subject effaces and thus transforms the traces of their own castration, and here by that we mean a renunciation of jouissance, as commanded by the barred other. Think back to some of our first lectures on this seminar. The subject doesn't just receive traces, tracks, and imprints from the barred other. They also in turn learn to efface and thus transform these traces of their own castration, of their own splitting, of the fact that the barred other is the one calling the shots. And what do they transform them into? Here, in a very revealing example, Lacan says that transforming it into a look to be understood as slit, as half glimpse, a look to be understood as a slit. By slit, he means something very precise, as he says on page 9 here. A cut in what is seen, an opening out and beyond the scene. Here he calls it a half glimpse. But it's a really interesting moment here in the discussion where the trace that is transformed into a look and the look that functions as a slit in the environmental scene, perhaps known as the barred other, a half glimpse, a half opened eye, but a cut in what is seen, a cut in the Umwelt, or the world in which the subject opens their eyes anew. And that's an important element here. Think back to what we were just doing with the drive. The subject opens their eyes anew, an opening out and beyond the world that is now seen anew, when they efface and thus transform traces of their own castration. Objects lost, openings regained. Think about this. What else is the slit or the eye but an opening in the human form that is here reclaimed and is functioning as an effacement that has a transformative potential for the subject, the same way the master signifier has a transformative potential for the subject, but also for the barred other. We're just riffing on this stuff. It's a great little chapter. I encourage you to come up with riffs of your own. These just happen to be mine. And just at present, I just finished reading this thing and thought I'd sit down and talk with you all about it. Let's be clear. The tracks left in the barred subject by the barred A as unary traits become the barred subject's own, to be subsequently effaced by him alone, and therefore changing them into master signifiers. That's the argument that we're working with here. The subject is imbued with traces, cut with traces, that can then be transformed and effaced, the same way that someone can scramble their own tracks. We get some great statements of this on page 8, throughout the page here. Second line from the top. A creature that can read its tracks is able through this to reinscribe himself elsewhere than where he found them. This reinscription is the link that makes him henceforth dependent on another whose structure does not depend on him. That's a very crucial element here. Dependent on another whose structure does not depend on him. Again, we see a non-reciprocity here between the barred subject and the barred other. But we're moving fast. Everything opens up to what belongs to the register of the subject, defined as what effaces his tracks. The subject at the limit, and to make you sense the original dimension of what is at stake, I would call him, check it out, the one that replaces his tracks by his signature. Absolutely crucial here. You can't help but wonder who Lacan is reading at this point on May 14th, 1969. I would bet that if we could go back to his desk, he would have some Derrida sitting right there on his desk. It's a wager. I have to wonder about it. Hell, the word grammatology does pop up in this chapter. But this element of the signature is crucial. And you know, a signature, not much is asked to constitute someone as a subject. An illiterate who does not know how to write, it is enough for him to make a cross, a symbol of the barred, of the effaced track, the clearest form of what is at stake. When you leave a sign, then something cancels it, that is enough as a signature. That bit about the barred really nicely captures what Lacan is doing in his definition of the subject here in chapter 20. The bar is the trace, or the track, or the cut, or the mark of the split subject. Here, S1 as unary trait is a barring of the subject, a splitting of the subject at the level of trace, track, cut. We can go on listing these terms. When he's talking about the signature of an illiterate person, he says a cross. Typically, we think of this now as just an X. The X marks the spot. If you couldn't write, you could just put an X there and that would be your signature. Lacan's point is that that X is a barring of the bar. It's an effacement of the bar. The first slash is the barring of the subject, and the second slash that forms the X is a barring of that bar. A symbol of the barred. This is a barred, if you will, barbarian. Think back to the etymology of the word barbarian, and you'll start to get pretty close to what Lacan is up to here, right? A barbarian in antiquity was someone who couldn't speak Greek. And whenever they spoke, someone would say bar, 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 kind of like blah, 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 blah. The barbard, it's nice to hear that here in the English and think around the topic of an illiterate someone who's putting an X instead of a signature. And this is not that class, but Jacques Rancière has great stuff on what it means to reduce a speaking being's utterances to noise, to the blah blahs, to the wah wah wah, if you prefer your peanuts. Again, not exactly where we're at, but it's worth noting as a footnote to where we are. This barred bar is the effacement, is the transformation, is the remarking of the mark that marks the subject. If we could be a little bit more arch with this. It's the effaced track, Lacan says. And this is the clearest form of what is at stake in the barred subject. Yes, the barred subject receives and is dependent on the unary traits provided by S2s, which are subsets of the barred other. And in that sense, subjected to, thrown under the barred other. And yet there is this capacity, and even definitional capacity at the level of the subject, qua effacement, where these bars that it receives can themselves be barred. These traces left by the barred other, the big other, the parental figure, whose unary trait gets internalized and identified with at the level of the subject, can itself be effaced. Here again in our third diagram, this is S1 doubling back now as a master signifier for the barred subject. And the fact that it is the same for whoever is asked for it, Lacan continues, changes nothing in the fact that this will be accepted to authenticate the act in question, the presence well and truly of someone who juridically is held to be a subject. Nothing more and nothing less but whose level I am trying to define, certainly not to make an absolute of it, but precisely to mark its link of dependency. Because the remark begins here. The signifier is born from effaced tracks. So the signifier is what represents the subject to another signifier. And Lacan is here telling us about the prehistory of that signifier. The signifier is born from effaced tracks. What is then the consequence of this? It is that these effaced tracks are only worthwhile through the system of others, whether they are similar or the same. The system of others here is the differential system of signifiers, all of which are also effaced tracks, Lacan would say. The signifier is an effaced track, a barred bar, and all the things that you've just heard me discussing. It is only in these others established in a system, and remember, it's a differential system, that there begins the typical import of language. So here you have it. There are imprints, traces, tracks, cuts. Think castration, think incision, think our definition of the cause of desire being loss and lack, loss being the incision or the cut or the removal, the excision, if you will. And then you have something made of that excision, an effacement or a transformation of it, where now the incision becomes the look. The incision becomes the slit of a half-opened eye that also marks a cut or a rupture in the environment scene. That's a little funky, but it's also sound. This is the origin of the signifier. The signifier is the effaced track, and it only works and has meaning insofar as it is linked to other signifiers. In other words, other effaced tracks. Here are our S1s linking up with S2s. And these together in their differential relation to one another comprise language. It's such a terrific understanding of how Lacan arrives at language here. These effaced tracks are the only ones accepted. And then he raises the question without even missing a beat. This guy's not even going to slow down to really just mark the advancement here at the level of the origin of language. He's just going to keep going. Accepted by whom? Well then, here we land on our feet again. In the same way that in the definition of the subject a signifier represents for another signifier, they are the only ones accepted by whom? Answer, by the other traces, of course. We could go on, but I think the point is pretty clear. The subject is the one that replaces his traces with his signature. And the signature, like an X, is a barred bar that then links up with other signatures in a signifying field, here demonstrated in our purposes by S2. And then all the resulting S2s, they point to what Lacan calls the substructure known as barred A. And that's our next stop. We've talked about how S2 is a subset of the big other, the big barred other. Kind of nice. It gives you a little bit of the big bad wolf. Here we've got the big bad barred other. Lacan wants to say, though, that this big bad barred other is a substructure of sorts. It's on page 10. The paragraph begins, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly, the term cut is what predestines these supports, definable materially as look and voice, what predestines them to this function of being what, replacing the track, establishes this sort of totality from which a topology is constructed as defining the big O other at its term. As you see, only substructural considerations are involved here. Not at all, of course, original ones, because after all, this does not say how this other began. It says how it holds together when it is there. He is not answering the question of the origin of the barred other. I think we can piece it together if we look carefully at what he's doing with the effaced track. But he's saying that's not what's at stake here. What's at stake is how it holds together. How does the barred other hold together? And what makes this a substructural consideration? These are the questions that mark the middle point of chapter 20. And, like all middle points in a lot of Lacan's work, things get a little murky here. And he starts returning to topics he's already addressed. But at the same time, brings us to something new. By page 14, he's on to the sexual rapport and its non-existence, all out of the operation of the signifier. And then he comes to the question that you've all been waiting for. It's the question of the phallus as a privileged signifier. This is the key topic in the second part of chapter 20. This phallus as a privileged signifier, a missing signifier that gives us the clue about how the barred other hangs together. Some of this is going to be familiar. Some of this is going to be new. But the key for us is this turn towards the phallus. It starts on page 15 of chapter 20. There are a couple of great ways to understand what Lacan is doing with the phallus. One is to dig back into Écrit, to the 1958 talk that Lacan gave, published there. You might not get as much use out of that turn as you would by sticking with chapter 20 here in seminar 16, which refers back to, and I believe indexes that rightly famous essay in Ecrit, but gives us a little bit more to work with. So let's start there with chapter 20, where we've been discussing this aspect of the structure of the subject and its relation to the structure of the big barred other, this infrastructural. It's partly what Lacan is getting at here when he talks about the substructural considerations, this infrastructural, virtual, operational logic that is always lacking, in fact, structured around a basic lack, void, or impossibility, not unlike the subject. Backing up, though, in order to ramp to the missing signifier that is the phallus, check out page 12 in chapter 20, the paragraph on the subject, which you'll recall, according to Lacan, is really what's at stake in this chapter. Such are the four fashions, effacings, in which the subject can be inscribed. The subject that in the middle of this is, of course, properly speaking, ungraspable, because of only able to be represented by a representative. In the middle of this doesn't just mean in the middle of chapter 20, in the middle of this discussion, but in the middle of the barred other. It is insofar as it is inscribed in the field of the big other that it, the subject, subsists. And this is what we have to deal with if we want to account in a correct fashion for what is at stake in psychoanalysis. So there he's back to these opening claims at the start of the chapter, where understanding the structure of the subject becomes the crucial piece of understanding what analytic theory and technique amount to. And then notice this very quotable riff on page 12. The distance can be measured between what is defined as a subject and what is held to be a person. Great stuff here. The distance can be measured, namely, they must be very severely distinguished. Every kind of personalism in psychoanalysis leads itself to every deviation, to every confusion. In the psychoanalytic perspective, what is defined, marked in other registers described as moral, as being the person, we cannot situate at any other level than that of symptom. The person begins where, of course, this subject, as I have situated it for you, is differently anchored, is anchored in a much broader way. The one that brings into play what, no doubt, is placed at its origin, namely enjoyment. So what we know about the structure of the subject at the level of the signifier is that the signifier is what represents the subject to another signifier connected to and inscribed within the field of signification known as the symbolic, language, the barred other, etc. What we see here now is an anchor point for this subject that is represented by a signifier. The anchor point, the origin of the subject, is enjoyment. And not just any enjoyment, sexual enjoyment, and not just any anchor, as we're going to see. It's the specific relation or non-relation that the subject has to sexual enjoyment that provides it with an anchor, and all, I would suggest, within the field of the barred other. And then notice this turn. It's because analytic experience teaches us here to outline differently the cartographical atlas, as I might say, of what is involved in these operations that refer to the subject that it takes on its importance. This emphasis on a cartographical atlas is terrific. The hypothesis of Seminar 16 that the subject is what's represented by a signifier to another signifier, this S1 over barred subject with an arrow to S2, is the beginning of a cartographical atlas, a map of sorts that charts for us, if you prefer more sailing metaphors, the structure of the subject. And each of these elements, S1, S2, barred subject, these are waypoints. These are dots on the map that help us get a sense of how this thing operates. Very terrific stuff here with cartographical atlas, a great metaphor for us to hold in mind. After page 12, we get back again to some prefigurations of the non-rapport between the so-called sexes on page 14, which we mentioned. And then he's back to this notion of the phallus on page 15 that we just mentioned. And he describes it as a privileged signifier, much as he does in Acree. It's worth noting here how this privileged signifier operates. But again, in order to ramp up to this, let's take another step back and look now at the structure of the other. Because the barred other and the barred subject, I would suggest, are both barred for the same reason. They are both structured around a certain void, a certain impossibility, a foreclosure, namely a foreclosure of sexual enjoyment, which is forbidden to both. Jouissance is what is excised, Lacan tells us in 16, from the big other. What is always lacking from the big other is, and thus rendering it barred, is jouissance. Similarly, with the subject, what is forbidden is the very anchor point for the structure of the subject, namely sexual enjoyment. The symbolic phallus, and here, don't get this twisted with its imaginary sibling. Think capital I with a little O in the middle of it, not the lower case cock and ball looking phi. This symbolic phallus, not the imaginary phallus, is the signifier of this mutual void that is reciprocally constitutive of both subject and other, barred subject and barred other. It's this great point where their lips touch. The signifier of the lack in the other, S parens barred A, is also in some sense, I'm suggesting here, the signifier of the barred subject. It's a signifier, interestingly enough, that is missing from both the system of the other and the system of the subject. And that's its important part here. That's what gives it its privileged status. It neither represents the subject nor the other, yet well designates their interrelation, which we may decide is a non-relation. But the point is that this missing signifier does serve a signifying purpose. Its function is to signify, I would suggest, a touching point, a touch point between the structure of the subject and the structure of the other. You might even call this a superimposition of lack, where their two lacks overlap. Lacks, in this case, of jouissance. Let's see if we can find some support for this in the text. And you'll notice in this series, we are flying close to the text. And the text is well suited to support such flight. Page 15 in our translation of chapter 20. This privileged signifier, this missing signifier that nevertheless intervenes in the systems of subject and other. I want to mark here justifies in a long construction which was made in close contact with the analysis articulated of what has been written from what remains as a testament of our experience of neurotics. I was able to qualify as missing signifier. Don't get hung up on all the clauses in here. Lacan is wordy, even and especially when he doesn't need to be. The question is important because if assuredly for what is involved in the articulation of the function of the subject, and that's the real stake here, the function of the subject and how we articulate and present this function, you clearly see that however far the articulation of knowledge may be pushed, the subject shows the flaw there. So there's something about the function of the subject that repeatedly almost can't help but reveal the flaw in knowledge, the limitation, an inner limit within the field of knowledge. Now you can read this as S2, you could read this as S2 as a subset or a stand-in for the barred other. Reading on. To say that the phallus is the missing signifier, at the level that I was able to state it, at the point of my discourse when I risked, let us say, first putting it forward, I believe that the context was not yet sufficiently articulated for me to be able to say what I am now specifying. Now here he is referring back to a 1958 talk, again published in Acree, Signification of the Phallus. Check it out. What I would suggest, though, is don't read that essay and think you're going to have every sense of what's happening here. Quite the opposite. Lacan is suggesting that after reading this essay, you should return to chapter 20 in Seminar 16, where he is now able to specify some of what he's up to in that essay. That's a great little note here. Very often we see the seminars conditioning the writings in Lacan's work. Here what you see is Lacan referring back to his writings and then expanding on and elaborating on some of the points made therein. And you might even suggest that the hinge point in these two dialectics is really the publication of Acree. Prior to the publication of Acree, we see the writings emerging from the seminars. After the publication of Acree, we see Lacan increasingly returning back to his writings and elaborating on things said. Another wager for us. This is a lecture of many wagers, apparently. Reading on, again with this notion of the phallus as a signifier that is missing from the system of the subject, equally from the missing from the system of the other, and that somehow still serves a signifying function by pointing to this void, this impossible foreclosed relation, non-relation to jouissance, that the big other and the little subject both share. Everything is reduced to this signifier, Lacan says. The phallus, Lacan continues, precisely, he goes on to specify, which is not in the system of the subject, since it is not the subject that it represents, but, as one might say, sexual enjoyment qua outside the system, namely absolute. So, the signifier that is the phallus, this missing signifier, subtracted from the systems of subject and other alike, it does signify, but it does not signify the subject. The phallus is not an S1. The phallus instead signifies the sexual enjoyment that is outside the system of the subject, the anchor point for the system of the subject that is absolute, that is excised from the system of the subject, much as it is excised from that of the big other. Reading on. It is not in this system of the subject, Lacan reiterates. There is no subject of sexual enjoyment. Terrific point. And yet, sexual enjoyment can be known, accessed, and embodied. If there is no subject of sexual enjoyment, what are we in moments of sexual enjoyment? Simply acephalic beings? What are we in moments of sexual enjoyment? We'll see if we get a clue here in chapter 20. We're on page 16 of our translation. And these remarks have no other interest than to allow us to specify the sense of the phallus as missing signifier. It is the signifier outside the system, and in a word, the conventional one to designate what is involved in sexual enjoyment as radically foreclosed. So it's outside the systems of self and other, of subject and barred other. And yet it does designate something. It designates what's involved in sexual enjoyment as radically foreclosed. Everything that is repressed in the symbolic reappears in the real. We know this. It is indeed because enjoyment is quite real. So sexual enjoyment is real but has no subject. The fact is that in the system of the subject, sexual enjoyment is nowhere symbolized, nor can it be symbolized. So that's the dilemma there. Sexual enjoyment can be known. In fact, what else is the desire to know? It's not a desire to know thyself. It's a desire to acquire, to access knowledge at the level of the sexual knowledge, which is not, again, about becoming better as a lover. It's not about technical, erotic know-how. It's about learning how to sit with, to be with a type of knowledge that is beyond us, forbidden to us, absolute in a sense. Reading this alongside the autoerotic end of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit would be a kind of fun experiment. The point here, though, is that there is some sort of an impossibility between the subject as inscribed in the field of the barred other, by the field of the barred other, and its ability to know, access, and implement sexual enjoyment. The system of the subject in which sexual enjoyment is nowhere symbolized, nor can it be, Lacan says. What then is the phallic function? We know it works like a signifier. How exactly does this operate? We know it designates something that is subtracted, conditionally subtracted from the fields of subject and other. How does it operate? What is meant, then, Lacan asks, by this phallic function that seems, by not representing the subject, to mark nevertheless a point of his determination as a field limited by a relationship to what is structured as the other? There it is, right there. The phallic function, it doesn't represent the subject, but it marks the point at which the subject as a formation, as a structure, is connected to, touches on, determined by, and within a field known as that of the barred other, the symbolic language. A field that is limited by a relationship to what is structured as big O other. There's a lot to say about this. As you can tell, I'm moving fast, but I think we have arrived at something that's quite crucial here. The phallus as a missing signifier serves a very crucial purpose in Lacan's thought because it allows us to mark the point where the subject as a system, as a structure, is articulated with the other as another system. The sexual, as we've learned in this series on Seminar 16, is the unconscious. It's what occupies the unconscious, if you will. And what we saw in a couple of our last lectures was Lacan saying that the unconscious, as a place of forgetting, of the forgotten, gives way to a desire to know, which then in turn gives way to self-consciousness as false consciousness, and then to individual discourses, knowledges, disciplines, and the like. This desire to know is really important here, because what Lacan's going to now do in chapter 20 is give this desire to know a more truthful tilt. This desire to know as it emerges from a primitive acquaintance with unknowing, where it does not know. Check it out here. We were just reading about the phallic function. On the next page, page 18, the desire to know pops up right about in the middle of the page, the paragraph that begins, "We are going to see at what other frontiers the drama breaks out." And here he's thinking about the drama of the subject, which we'll come to in a second. But I first want to stay right on point with this connection between the superimposed lacks of subject and other. Notice how Lacan works it at the level of the desire to know. The decisive step taken by Freud about the relation of sexual curiosity to the whole order of knowledge is the essential point of the psychoanalytic discovery. Sexual curiosity vis-a-vis the order of knowledge. Sexual curiosity at the level of a polymorphous, perverse, autoerotic relation to one's own body, and how that meets up with the order of knowledge. In between, you see a desire to know. And it wouldn't just be a desire to know on the path to self-consciousness. It would also be a desire to know about and within the field of forgetting that conditions this desire to know, this original moment, which is that of the unconscious. It's a desire to know the sexual that Lacan is here queuing up. And it is from the connection between what is involved in objet A, namely where the subject can rediscover his real essence as essentially lack of enjoyment and nothing more. This is fundamentally what's at stake, is the desire to know when it reorients itself away from self-consciousness and back to the original site where all this got started, namely the unconscious, allows for the subject to discover, to rediscover their real essence as essentially lack of enjoyment, as nothing more and nothing less than that impossibility, that void, that foreclosure of jouissance around which the structure of the subject is built. That's what's at stake here. Knowledge of the sexual as familiarity and acceptance of the unconscious allows the subject to get in contact with what they really are. Not all of the signifiers that represent them, but the lack around which these signifiers of the subject continually orbit, where the subject can rediscover his real essence as essentially lack of enjoyment, the absent center of subjectivity, and nothing more, whatever representative he may be designated by subsequently. That's key here, right? No matter the S1s that would later come along and designate the subject in the field of the barred other, what's at stake in the desire to know when it reorients its course and sets a chart for the unconscious is an ability to understand something other than the subject's relation to these S1s. S1s as unary traits, but also S1s as master signifiers. The phallus is a signifier that puts us on this path to what we truly are, namely lacks of enjoyment and nothing more. But notice this sentence goes on. And it is from the connection between what is involved in objet A, and then we've just been working through this clause that he adds. But if you subtract the clause we just read about what the subject essentially is, and read it in connection with the second part of the sentence, notice how this sounds. And it is from the connection between what is involved in objet A and the field of the big other, on the other hand, insofar as the knowledge that is the horizon of this domain, forbidden of its nature, which is that of enjoyment, is organized in it. Here, if we subtract what we know about the subject as essentially lack of enjoyment, we can ask about what is involved in objet A, symbol of lack for us, and how it connects to the field of the other, insofar as the knowledge that is the horizon of this domain, so the desire to know, points to the same knowledge that is at the horizon of the domain known as the barred big other, that is forbidden in its nature, so we're talking about sexual knowledge, which is that of enjoyment, jouissance being what is excised from subject and other alike, is organized in it. And that's the important part, I think, here. Organized in the field of the barred other. With it, the question of sexual enjoyment introduces this minimum of diplomatic relations that I would say are so difficult to sustain. This is the real challenge. How to access knowledge of the sexual vis-a-vis the field of the barred other in which this knowledge is organized as barred. Lacan's answer, you better be hella diplomatic. Diplomatic relations that are difficult to sustain. This would be a diplomatic subjectivity, one that can somehow navigate in the field of castration, in the field of the barred other, some ability to access, acquire, and embody sexual knowledge. Thankfully, in Lacanian psychoanalysis, we have a word for this, a register of human experience that allows this fragile diplomacy to find expression. The word for this is drive. The drives have been a leitmotif in this chapter. And it's not a coincidence that between the paragraph we were just studying and the one that we're now working through, there is this very suggestive turn towards the drives. Let's check it out. In between the riff on the phallic function and the riff on the desire to know that we were just reading is this very curious passage that begins the turning point. The turning point from which the birth of our neurosis emerges is what? It is the positive intrusion of an autoerotic enjoyment that is perfectly typified in what are called the first sensations, more or less linked to onanism, however you want to describe it in the child. Onanism means masturbation. And if you think back to the biblical figure of Onan, why does this guy wind up in so much trouble? Basically because he masturbates without impregnating someone else. And the someone else makes it even more complicated. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's like his dead brother's wife or something. And God, the gods, punish him because instead of impregnating her, he masturbates and his seed is spilled on the ground instead. Presumably this is not a metaphor where some seeds fall on fertile soil and otherwise. That's some New Testament stuff. This is something different. But there's a primal masturbatory relation that the child has to its own body. Here captured in this word onanism. It's an autoerotic enjoyment that is characteristic of infancy. Okay, this is the polymorphous perversity that you can read about in Freud. The important thing is that it is at this point. Here's another emphasis on point here. There's the turning point, and now we're at this point. For the cases that fall under our jurisdiction, namely those that generate a neurosis, it is at this precise point, at the very moment that this positivization of erotic enjoyment is produced, that correlatively there is also produced the positivization of the subject as dependency. So what you have is an experience of enjoyment, erotic enjoyment. I don't think we should technically use the word jouissance here, but an experience of bodily autoeroticism that is occurring at the level of infancy, pre-speech, is what infancy means, right? And at the very same time, they're being produced something else. Atop, alongside, in conjunction with this, also produced another positivation of the subject as dependency. As dependent on what, we might ask? The next word, anaclitism, as I said last time. childhood bodily functions that get mobilized, drawn forward into sexual drives at the level of adulthood. Dependency on the desire of the other. Anaclitism might be the great word to capture how this would work. Childhood bodily functions being, should I say, sublimated, reduced by extension to sexual drives in adulthood. We'll see. Here there is designated the entry point through which the structure of the subject becomes a drama. And that is the drama that we just heard about, the drama that breaks out, that gives us this desire to know. It's a drama at the center of which, at the precise point of contact between the subject as dependent on the desire of the other and the subject as an embodied organism with access autoerotically to its own parts. So you have, in other words, the organization that we just heard about at the field of the other, in which jouissance is prohibited, forbidden, absolutely beyond the bounds of society. And then you have the disorganization, the organ relations, pre-organismic relations, you might even say, that the child has with themselves in infancy. The drives, Lacan is here suggesting, allow for a mediation between these two. This is that drama that gets played out. These are the delicate diplomatic relations that you see operating at the level of the drive. Now, in Freud, you can see drives splitting into two groups. There are those that can be integrated, sublimated, and brought to the fore. And then there are sexual drives, drives that can't be integrated, that in turn get repressed. The drive is the spectrum between these instruments, between these organons, these means by which the desire to know, namely to access and to implement sexual knowledge, are drawn out. We are on the cusp of answering one of the basic questions here in Seminar 16. What is the relationship between the structure of the subject and the structure of the other, between the barred subject and the barred other? This, as you heard me say, is precisely what's at stake in our third diagram, where S1s double as unary traits and then can be refigured as master signifiers. Traces inherited from family, kin, society, the big other, via various S2s, that can then be effaced by the subject as something proper to the subject's function, rendering them as master signifiers, signifiers that stick out from the barred other and invite the barred other to grapple with them, whether to leave outside and thus remain radical, or to integrate and thus introduce these master signifiers back into the cycle of S1s as unary traits. Underneath all of this, though, is the barred subject and the barred other. If you look at diagram 3, that's what you see. And there's a lozenge in between, which raises the question that I think we're right on the cusp of here. What exactly is the relationship between the barred subject and the barred other? All right, let's slow down a second and see if we can keep hold of this thread. Think back to what Freud tells us about choice of love objects. You just heard me use this word, anaclitism. It pops up here in chapter 20. It pops up as well in the previous chapter. Lacan is on top of it. We should be as well. Let's slow down and see if we can ramp up to his argument by way of this concept. So Bruce Fink has a bunch of great work. And this 2-volume set, Against Understanding, check this thing out. It's fire. In there, I believe it's in volume 2, he gives us a really clear account of the distinction between two basic Freudian approaches to love objects. The first is narcissistic. Here is where you choose to love someone who resembles you. Love in this moment would be a confusion of self with other. Partner equals me. There's your narcissistic love object. The alternate, though, is anaclitic. Here would be the choice of a love object, the choice of a partner who reminds us of a primary caregiver we had as children. Love dangerously here would be propped up on need. Love would be based on a confusion of the partner with a pre-existing ideal image that we developed as children. The partner would here be equated with mother, father, etc., whomever was your primary caregiver. Bruce Fink has this really nice riff here, though. Because love would be based on an object that is fundamentally different from me, however, it would threaten to leave me feeling like nothing and worshiping the partner as everything, feeling like a nothing relative to their everything. This is a danger that comes with anaclitic love. Now, this all and nothing business, topologically speaking, we know this pretty damn well. Nothing has to be left out, preserved as excluded, for any totalizing operation to lay claim to everything. Is everything packed? Why, yes, it is. Turn the car around, you left nothing out. You left nothing at home. You've heard this joke before, I won't go over it again. Perversion is key here, and it's no coincidence that in Seminar 16, when Lacan brings up anaclitic relations, it is in the context of perversion. In perversion, my fantasy is that the other needs me as nothing in order to be my everything. If you want to start playing with this idea of anaclitic love around perversion, as Lacan invites us to do in 16. This is exactly what he's up to around anaclitic relations. His reading of anaclitic relations in 19 and now recalled here in the passage we just heard in chapter 20 is about the support the subject takes in the big other, in their dependency on the desire of a barred other. And for Lacan, this dependency is straight up mythological, fantastical. Why? Because no body can be everything, whole, complete, etc., no matter how many multitudes they contain. That one's for all the Whitman fans out there. Part and parcel of the fundamental fantasy, and not just as experienced by the neurotic, all of this is. The fundamental fantasy that the neurotic has is that the other exists. The fundamental fantasy as it's adopted in the clinical structure of perversion, as we've heard in this series, is that the other can be made to exist. The clinical tilt of anaclitic love is toward perversion, with the making of the big other to exist. And the fundamental fantasy that perversion sustains, not that the big other already exists, but it can be made to exist. And think about this. It can be made to exist as whole and as everything if I do my part and play my role as nothing well. The nothing that conditions their everything. Think back to our work with set theory, containers, and thing contained in series on Seminar 14. This is a complete delusion in which the true and irresolvable status of the big other as the barred other is masked, covered, concealed, and obscured. These are all terms right out of chapter 19 here in Seminar 16. to such an extent that the all and nothing relation of anaclitic love is thought to be primary. That's the confusion here, is that the pervert thinks that anaclitic love and the anaclitic relation of dependency of all and nothing is actually primary, fundamental, primordial. Notice how Lacan puts this. This is from chapter 19. The child is supposed to long for his paradise in some maternal physiological environment that, properly speaking, never existed in this ideal form. This is a quick and nice way to answer the question that I hear all too often. What was there before castration? What was there before the symbolic? What was Eden like before Adam and Eve got ejected? And so on and so on and so on. Here's the point. Properly speaking, that shit never existed. Straight out of Seminar 16. Mommy, daddy, an institution. Lacan even throws out a desert island. Fuck Eden, he's talking about a desert island. He knows what he's doing here. Any of these big others can play the part in the pervert's anaclitic staging of the barred other as whole, complete, Edenic, in short, as the big other. So it doesn't matter what your object choice is. Mommy, daddy, some institution like, I don't know, the military, the academy, total institutions work well for this. And even Lacan says, this desert island, I love this, even a desert island can play its part as an other to be made whole in the anaclitic staging that is the pervert's relationship to the love object. Hence, what you just heard me doing with anaclitism. It's also a fetishistic practice where adult sexual arousal is derived from objects that one once was exposed to as an infant. Interestingly and especially, tactile exposures at the level of touch before the field of vision was fully and precisely developed. This is often autoerotic stuff. It can result in self-stimulation, for instance, using infantile objects. Sometimes, like with most perversions, you can see the neurotic flirting with perversion. So the neurotic who enjoys being spanked sometimes. This is a kind of anaclitism. The neurotic who might enjoy a bit of bondage every now and again. It doesn't make them a pervert. They're flirting with the structure of perversion, but they're doing so in an anaclitic way that suggests this anaclitism approach to fetishistic experience. But here's what I would suggest. It can look autoerotic when the subject is achieving self-stimulation using an object from infancy. And I'll let you guess as to all the objects that could possibly be used from childhood experience for self-stimulation. We don't need to get into the details of anaclitism as a fetishistic practice. The point I want to make, though, is that this is not autoerotic. I would call this alter-erotic, from the Greek notion of other. You could even call it heteroerotic, from the notion of difference. I like alter-erotic better. Anaclitic love is alter-erotic. And if there's a hetero component in it, we could say that it's heteronomic. And you can start toying with these ideas. Heteronomy is the opposite of autonomy. In, for instance, Kantian thought, the heteronomous position is one where you are dependent on some other order, some other series of laws, unlike autonomous positionality. It's from the Greek auto meaning self and nomos meaning law. To be autonomous is to be self-legislating. You make up your own rules when you are autonomous. Being heteronomous means that you are subordinate to, subject to the laws, read the desires of a big barred other. But the object relation suggested here is not exactly autoerotic, where you would be touching yourself, perhaps, as we heard in the example from chapter 20 of infantile autoeroticism. Here it would be alter erotic, because there is an other object. Here, an object from infantile experience, whatever that might be, that's being brought into your sexual arousal. It's alter erotic, not autoerotic, and it's heteronomic, not autonomous, because it's by way of objects other than ourselves. There's the alter part. And it's as objects, not subjects, for another's enjoyment that we get off. And here's the hetero part. The reason why anaclitic love is fundamentally perverse is because it's by way of objects that are not us, props, if you will, that we supplant autoeroticism with alter eroticism. And it's by reducing ourselves to objects, from subjects to objects for another's enjoyment. We are the object very close to this piece of shit that can be put back into the anus of the partner. It's as an object for someone else's enjoyment, hence heteronomic enjoyment, that we get off in the field of anaclitic relations. So again, we're slowing down. We want to make sense of this stuff in a very careful way, because the stakes are high here at the end of Seminar 16. Isn't this precisely why Lacan contrasts anaclitic relations to the barred other and all their perverse delusions of dependency, paradisical return, completion and wholeness, in short, with the return of jouissance to the barred other? Isn't this why he contrasts all of this anaclitic, fantastical stuff with, remember the passage we heard in chapter 20, onanism? The contrast of anaclitic relations with onanistic relations is key here. Onanism, you heard me say, means masturbation. True enough. Onanistic relations are relations to oneself, not as an object for another's enjoyment, but as a barred subject, a subject whose real essence, we just heard in chapter 20, is a lack of enjoyment and nothing more. That's what's at stake in onanism, and not just in the field of infancy. More precisely, it's passed beyond the field of infancy, where onanism can do this work of allowing us to be barred subjects, living out a relation to, a being with our real essence as lack of enjoyment and nothing more. This latter part is the stake. Anaclitic relations, that's not what's at stake here. The drama that gets played out between anaclitic relations, where we find ourselves dependent on the desire of a barred other, and onanistic relations, where we find ourselves in autoerotic touch with ourselves, that's the drama of neurosis, according to Lacan here in chapter 20. So it is worth us talking about, but it's what happens with the onanistic relation that gives us something new. Again, we're slowing down. We're going to take our time with this. So let's just break it down as clear as we can. Imagine two columns. On the one hand, you've got anaclitism, and on the other, you've got onanism, given what we've just heard about each. Anaclitism is alter erotic, for reasons we just discussed. Onanism, qua masturbation, using your own body to affect your own body, is autoerotic. Anaclitism is heteronomic, we just heard. Onanism, I would suggest, is autonomic, referring here, of course, to the notion of autonomy. Anaclitism is a kind of monotheistic perversity. The anaclitic is a defender of the faith, a crusader, someone who believes that God can be made to exist. Think back to some of our previous lectures. Onanism, though, is more suggestive of the polymorphous perversity that Freud assigned to infantile eroticism. And think about the word polymorphous here. Poly meaning many, and morphous from the word for shape. Many shapes and forms of the autoerotic relation we have to ourselves in onanism. But anaclitic relations are monomorpheous, we might say, and in a theistic fashion. Anaclitism in this sense is strictly organized. But onanism, if we think to the passage we heard from chapter 20, is a or pre-organized state. It's essentially disorganized. I like that, as opposed to strictly organized. In anaclitism, the body becomes an organ alone, and crucially for another. In onanism, we have, and I hate to say it, a body without organs, a disorganized body, a body without organs at all, not yet organized, and for itself. That's the thing here. The being of the anaclitic is for another, but the being of the onanistic is for itself. In anaclitism, let me be clear. The body is a means to the end of someone else's enjoyment. That's why it's perverse. In onanism, the body is, hear me now, a means without end to my own enjoyment. And if we want to move that a little bit further in the direction of the drive, as I damn sure think we should, you can have others and objects in anaclitic relations that yield surplus enjoyment. And you can have selves and openings in onanistic experience that would yield real enjoyment. But let's put a pin in that last one, because I'm not sure we're going to be able to substantiate that claim. But if you've got these two columns in mind, we can now start taking some next steps. And you know what? Let me just remind you again of this cat Onan from the Old Testament. And I'm talking straight out of the book that also gave us Adam and Eve. Need I remind you what happened to this poor fool in the Old Testament? He disobeys his father's command to instrumentalize his sexuality. The father commands Onan to instrumentalize his sexuality. In other words, to make it the means to the biological end known as reproduction. And again, here, the kinky part is that the father is commanding Onan to do this with Onan's dead brother's wife. Check it out. I'm pretty sure that's how the story goes. And what does Onan choose to do instead? He defies the commandment of his father and chooses instead to, quote, spill his seed on the ground, resulting in what the New Testament would celebrate as stray scatter. Here, the stray scatter is a punishable offense. Instead of placing his seed in his dead brother's wife, I mean, think about just how fucking whack this sounds, at the commandment of the father, he instead chooses to basically ejaculate on the ground. And because it's the Old Testament, you know where this is going. God kills him for this shit, bringing Onan to the ultimate biological end that awaits us all, whether you procreate or not, namely death. So what's the lesson here? Why, of all terms, is Lacan choosing onanism instead of just saying masturbatory, for instance? The lesson here that we get from the story of Onan is you better damn well accept the social, familial, and tribal fact that your reproductive organs are just that and nothing more. Organs for reproduction alone. Sounds awful, right? You know, it's useful for us, however terrible this sounds, because it's tough to imagine a more suggestive allegory for the Lacanian theory of castration. What's lost is not your capacity to reproduce when symbolic alienation occurs. That's what the image of castration would suggest, right? The metaphor, if it's literalized, suggests a cutting off or removing of one's testicles, and thus with it, an incapacity to reproduce would result. But that's not what's up here. What's lost in the field of castration is not your capacity to reproduce, as the image would suggest, but instead your capacity to enjoy your body, well beyond your swimsuit zone. And here's the key part: without purpose. To enjoy your body without purpose, not as a means to some end, biological or otherwise, but as a means as end, and even more extreme, as a means without end. Purposiveness without a purpose. The truth of autoeroticism. This is what the no of the Father and the name of the tribe that you're ordered to carry on prohibits, and typically on punishment of death, even if only symbolic. This is the lesson that Onan teaches us. Which brings us to the main claim. What is the function of the symbolic phallus? We heard Lacan say the symbolic phallus, as the capital I with the O in the middle, if you like, it's the signifier of this loss and our ensuing experience of lack as barred subjects, caught up with an equally barred other. This place where jouissance is forbidden to self and society alike. The symbolic phallus, the phallus in question here, as a signifier, it designates this place where the lack that I sustain and maintain throughout my life as a barred subject, and the lack we see in the barred other intersect, where they touch, where the prohibition against jouissance in self and society alike touch. Doesn't this also bring us to the core question of Seminar 16? The very question that our third diagram in this series, despite all our emphasis on S1s that are inherited as unary traits, effaced as master signifiers, is designed to pose. What is the relationship, again, between the barred subject and the barred other? We are again right on the cusp of being able to answer this question. Preliminary answer. There is a reciprocally constitutive lack of enjoyment that the barred subject shares with the barred other. Jouissance is not just prohibited to all who speak, as we've heard Lacan say in other spots. It's also forbidden to language itself, the symbolic, the big other. There is no universe of discourse. We heard at the start of Seminar 16. We can now start explaining more precisely why. Because speech events and linguistic structures alike are premised on a mutual, shared, intersectional evacuation of enjoyment. The symbolic phallus designates this superimposition of lack in the system of the barred other and the system of the barred subject. And it marks this lack, this superimposed lack, as an inner limit, a void, or a constitutive possibility around which each system is built. Were it not so utterly lost and missing and subtracted from both systems, we might say that the symbolic phallus is the master signifier of each. But that's not the conclusion that I think we're arriving at here. The conclusion instead is that the symbolic phallus that is in question here in chapter 20, it marks the place at which these two systems touch. Or in a word, the point at which their intersectionality is revealed. And I would suggest that it's precisely here, between the barred subject and the barred other, corporality and logic, that the drives take shape in all their polymorphous, surrealist operations. Recall our third diagram. It looks like this. You've got the barred other and its avatars, subsets known as S2, as discourses, as specific knowledges, disciplines, familial systems, and the like, that then distribute a series of S1s as unary traits that are then internalized, identified with at the level of the barred subject. The barred subject then has the opportunity to transform those traces, to efface those tracks, and to repurpose S1 as a master signifier. Think the transformation from Anthony to tone, and from tone eventually to T-money and the like. Here, the S2 that is a subset of the barred other has the choice of either accepting that S1 turned master signifier or rejecting it. If it is accepted, S2 widens to include, in this case, tone, and tone then becomes able to be redistributed as a unary trait to a new split subject. This growth would also impact the barred other. The barred other would now have access to a new signifier. It begs the question, though, represented by this lozenge here, this edge structure or this opening between the barred subject and the barred other. What exactly is this opening? What we have suggested is that this opening somehow puts us on the track of the function of the phallus that Lacan is working with here in chapter 20. And if we were to add that function to what we have here, I think it would look something like this. Here is our symbolic phallus. Here's the system of the barred subject and the system of the barred other coming together in this moment. And the barred subject and the barred other both suffer from excisions of jouissance, hence the minus J here. The subtracted jouissance that the symbolic phallus symbolizes allows for some sort of an opening to emerge here between the system of jouissance qua subtracted, the system of the subject as barred by the subtracted relation it has with jouissance, and the barred others system which suffers the same fate. What you have here is this strange space in between the systems where the only image that comes to mind here is perhaps that from the classic mid-1980s film Back to the Future. If you haven't seen this one in a minute, you got to check it out. If you haven't seen this one at all, I'm incredibly envious of you because I can't go back and unsee that movie. I can't go back and see it for the first time again. You can, though, without having to go back at all, right? Because your first time would be in the future. Check this movie out. It's called Back to the Future. The reason why I bring this up is because if you take a close look at what's happening here, this starts to look like, and don't think the chemical formula for trimethylamine, for those of you that read The Chattering Mind, think of this as the flux capacitor. Do you remember the flux capacitor? It's this thing that Doc imagines, envisions while falling off a toilet and bonking his head. And he gets this vision that comes to mind, and it's the technology that allows for time travel. If you look closely, though, at the flux capacitor, you have these 3 lines of light that look like they're all flowing into a center, but they do not connect. Instead, there's this dead zone, this empty space, this opening between each of the 3 vectors, here representing each of the 3 systems. The system of the barred other, the system of the barred subject, and the system of jouissance as subtracted from both. The symbol of this opening is also where I would like to suggest the drives start to pop up. In this subtracted space marked by the phallus here in chapter 20. The word we have up to this point is not that of symbolic phallus. When the drives start to get involved, the drives that do such a good job of maintaining diplomatic relations between barred subjects and barred others, when these drives start to occur, the key term is not phallus, symbolic, imaginary, positivized, or subtracted, but little a, objet a. And that's what I would also put in this place. In place of the symbolic phallus, what we see when the drives are operationalized is objet a, as some sort of a meeting place, an intersectional zone between the systems of barred subject, barred other, and jouissance subtracted from both. Little a here is the symbol of a multifaceted experience of lack. And multifaceted in 3 basic ways. There are openings, there are objects, and there are interspatialities between these objects and openings. So as we augment our 3rd diagram, what we need to think is objet a occupying this spot here insofar as it is the centerpiece for the drives. And I think we need to take a second to talk about this, much as I'd love to just sit here and continue discussing Back to the Future with you. No. The agenda we have is that of the drive. Again, this kind of subtle underlying motive throughout these later chapters in Seminar 16. Because I think that with this expanded diagram 3, with the flux capacitor addition, I think we get to say something new about the drives. Once we allow for the drives to work at these 3 intersections. What we know from chapter 14 in Seminar 16 is that Lacan, following Freud, says that something is satisfied with the drive. Mit dem Trieb. He's taking this right from Freud's German. What, Lacan asks, is satisfied with the drives? Mit dem Trieben. This is Lacan's question. The answer is not sexual knowledge. The answer is not sexual enjoyment. The answer is not the sexual. That is not what is satisfied with the drives, as Freud is understanding their usage here. Namely, not satisfied when the modality of the drive is sublimation, which is what Lacan was working with in chapter 14, and how we got an understanding of the drive as leveraged for surplus enjoyment, namely by way of sublimation, when the sexual goal of the drive is deflected, turned away from, when the subject is diverted from that sexual goal, when the drive is zielgehemmt, diverted from its goal, as the drive so often is. When the drive via sublimation is diverted from its sexual goal, but still satisfied The type of satisfaction that we have is at the level of the object, of the commodity, of the purchase and its possession, be it a piece of candy or a pricey work of art. And we have a name for this kind of satisfaction. We call it surplus enjoyment. Here is our grelot. Here is our little sleigh bell, our shiny object with a piece of shit rattling around inside. Thanks, of course, to the gap between the shiny exterior of the bell in which we can see our own reflection and the unidentifiable piece of shit that is contained within this shiny shell. Be it a piece of metal, be it a rock, be it a bean, we don't know what's in there, but it's something that rattles around within the shiny exterior of the grelot. And you'll recall that this gives us a new way of thinking about objet, not in the very classic Lacanian sense of from the symposium forward, Socrates as a crusty old box with a shiny treasure agalma inside, but instead as a shiny exterior with a piece of shit inside, with a crusty something or rather inside instead. It's the new image that we're working with here. Here also we have that figure of the vacuole that pops up in Seminar 7 and really takes focus here in Seminar 16. The vacuole as a storage compartment in a plant cell that can more or less be full of, I don't know, you name it. This is how vacuoles work. We've been over this. This is review, so I won't spend much time rehashing all of the structural work we did and the diagram work to show how vacuoles and grelots are shaped and all this kind of stuff. You can imagine it even if you haven't heard the earlier lectures in this series on these two images. Here, of course, is the field of the barred other, in which little a designates an opening, a hollow, a hole in the other. This is what we learned from the vacuole. If you think of the big other as a plant cell, and then you have this hollow in the middle that is the vacuole or the storage compartment in which things can kind of rattle around, you have an image of the big barred other, in which A designates an opening or a hollow or a hole in the structure of the other, but also, as we've learned, an object, slight, shitty, and otherwise, that can rattle around inside this opening. And so we arrive at a definitional ambiguity that is constitutive of objet, object little a. It names lac qua opening, but it also names object as lost. Lost objects and found openings, you heard me say earlier in this lecture. Objet names both. And this is its constitutive definitional ambiguity. There's more to this, though. As you've heard me say, the dialectic at the core of objet is in fact a trialectic. Think about it. There's the opening, there's the object, and then there's the space between the edge of the opening and the object that rattles around inside it. A minimum amount of irreducible distance that allows the bell, the grelot for instance, to ring, to sound off. So you have this shell that is the bell, you've got the piece in there that rattles around, and then you've got the ever-shifting space between the piece of shit inside and the edge of the bell that allows for the noise to emerge. So what you have here at the center of objet, definitionally speaking, is in fact three elements: an opening, an object, and the space that's ever changing but nevertheless always present between this internalized object and the opening that marks it, that conditions it as an internalized object. Lacan's little a symbolizes each element in this trialectic: lack, lost object, and the distance between each that is required for their existence as distinct, though reciprocally constitutive entities. And that last part is important. The loss that we sustain and the lack that follows creates a relationship between lost objects and lacks endured, openings that result from excisions, that is truly reciprocal. You can't have the opening unless something is excised, cut out. A scrap, a remainder, a piece of flesh pulled out is what gives us the opening known as the wound. And it's tempting to think which came first, the object or the opening. The truth is they're reciprocally constitutive entities. The object as lost emerges at precisely the same time as the opening known as lack takes shape. Which is why I think the trickiest element of this montage, this four-part surrealist cluster known as the drive, is its so-called object. When we designate this object with little a, and here think the diagram of the drive, where you have little a, arrow comes out, goes around, circulates, and then comes back to the source, this return trajectory. That is the bizarre archery metaphor we get in Seminar 11 and was so important to the work that we did on the drive in our series that followed. When we call this object little a, we mean to designate this tripartite structure between opening, object, and the distance, irreducible, between each that allows them to look distinct, though, as we know, they're reciprocally constitutive of each other. This tripartite structure is a logic, is an operativity. It's a function that we see being worked out whenever the drives are put into motion. So, for example, the oral drive, and let's just think very basically about how this works. The mouth as an erogenous zone, as an opening, is conditioned by the loss of the breast in the process known as weaning. When the breast no longer shows up to fill the mouth emerges as an opening, notably one that can be closed. And the breast now takes shape as an object, and not just any object, a lost object. And in order for that object to be lost, it has to refuse to come back to the opening. And in order for that opening to be found, it has to be unfilled. The object remains lost for the opening to be found. And then this third element of minimum irreducible distance between lost object and found opening. You feel me? We can go on. The anal drive. The anus emerges as an opening, an erogenous zone, insofar as it continues to drop shit from its cavity. Shit has to go away, has to be flushed down. The process of potty training is just that, allowing, ideally, for the child to embrace and accept the distance between their shit in the toilet and the anus attached to their body. They have to let go of the shit, and in exchange, they get to find and hold on to, if you will, this erogenous zone, this lower mouth on the human organism. This becomes even more apparent when the drives shift from the field of demand to the field of desire. And you can think about it this way. On the side of demand, you have the oral and the anal drives. In the oral drive, the child demands the primary caregiver's attention by crying, let's say, for instance. And the breast shows up, for instance. And so on. But remember that this is an adult, presumably, interpreting the child's cry as "bring me food." In other words, taking that expression of need and figuring it at the level of language, transforming it, in other words, into demand. A demand is a need expressed in language, as we've learned in our previous series. The same is true at the anal stage, except now it's the grown-up, the primary caregiver, issuing the demand to the child. Shit. Period. Ideally, it's a period. Sometimes it's an exclamation point. Watch out for those exclamation points. Whenever prohibition is involved, beware the exclamation point. The goal is to keep it 400. Cool, calm, collected, and consistent. And that involves periods, not exclamation points. But anyway, back to the side of desire. The drive's on the side of the desire of the other, not the demand of the other, but the desire of the other, as what's left of demand after need has been met. The scopic drive, the invocatory drive. Here we see those three elements, very active and alive whenever these drives are operationalized. The scopic drive. Oftentimes we think that the scopic drive has as its object the gaze. That is incorrect, and Lacan is explicit about this. The scopic drive has an opening. It's driven by the eye that opens. And this is an opening in Seminar 16 that profoundly is spoken of as an opening that marks a slit in the scene. And I don't want you to hear this as S-C-E-N-E. This is seen as in what you see when you open your eyes. The opening that the eye signals when the eyelids part is effectively a cut in the environment, in the Umwelt, the world around the seeing subject. The gaze is typically understood as the object, lost or otherwise. This is the positions in the environment from which I might be being seen. Here in the scopic drive, you have the opening that is the eye, and that's the erogenous zone. And then you've got the object, typically understood as the gaze. What I would suggest, though, following Lacan, is that what actually motivates the scopic drive, what actually causes it to turn around, is not the gaze, but the space between the position from which I see, my eye, and the position from which I may be being watched, namely the gaze. It's that third element, the space between the found opening and the lost object, that gets the scopic drive popping. Isn't the same true for the invocatory drive? Here you've got the ear as the erogenous zone, as the opening. And then you've got the voice of another that presumably travels from their interior, their respiratory vascular structure, up through their voice box, is pressured, poof, out comes physics, baby. Out comes sound waves. The materiality of the voice travels and enters my erogenous zone. This is why speech is so intimate and why it's so central to psychoanalysis, is that you have a reciprocal intimacy that happens when someone has a conversation with you, because their words emerge from within them as air constricted, shaped, and sounded out from their interiors, and it travels through the space between their exteriors and yours. And yet what happens, unlike what you see with your eyes, what you hear with your ear actually, physically, really enters your body. You see, what I see with my eyes is a representation of something that always remains outside. But what I hear with my ears when you speak to me, whether from very far or whispering up close, is your actual voice, something that came out from inside you and then enters me. At which point in the conversation, we switch roles. Now I speak, and out from my interiors, and so on and so forth. This connection is exactly the intersubjective logic of blowing bubbles that we talked about in the field of the drive when we were discussing this. I'm going through each of these 4 basic drives, and we could just keep going, to really illustrate and drive home the fact that there are always 3 elements. The drive is a trialectical machine. You might even think of it not as a trike, but as a tricholectic, if you will. There's an object, an opening, and then some space between. A lost object, a found opening, and then the minimum irreducible distance or difference between these 2 entities that allows them to appear distinct. Here we are again, right? 1 + 1 = 3. What the drives allow when we hop on these trialectics, when they are properly activated, in other words, by this I mean when they are not partially and temporarily being used to plug our holes with sublimated commodities that momentarily close the gap between our lost objects and our erogenous zones, resulting in surplus jouissance. In other words, when we put the drive not on the path towards surplus jouissance, as we've defined it in this series, but instead on the path of what I call real enjoyment, at the level of the body, at the level of the singular experience of having a body, yours and yours alone, we get something different. Instead, the drives teach us how to be with these 3 elements. The drives know how to be with them. Quoting from chapter 13 of Seminar 16. Their savoir is not a savoir-faire, but a savoir-être. You can hear Lacan working this out in chapter 13. It's not a know how to do something, the way that surplus jouissance is always instrumentalizing at the level of sublimation the drives. Instead, it's a knowledge of how to be, not how to do, but how to be, alongside, in the midst of openings that are our own, always already found on the surface of the body, objects that are lost, conditioning the discovery of our openings, and then the space in between. What's at stake here, I would suggest, is another with the drive structure, not a doing with, mit dem Trieb, as Lacan appropriates from Freud, but instead a being there with the drive and its 3 partite elements. In the drive, when on the trail of real satisfaction, real enjoyment, it conditions a mit structure, a with structure, that has to do with being with, not doing with. The drive is no longer an instrument by which to do X, Y, or Z, to acquire this, that, or the other object. The drive is a means by which we sit with openings, objects, distance. Openings that can't be filled, and instead are enjoyed at the level of their capacity to be opened and closed, operationalized. Objects that can't be found, and definitely not substituted, replaced with all the commodities and all the shiny bells that we find ourselves purchasing. And then also with the space between and around these found openings and lost objects. The word for this is not Freudian. The best description we have of this experience, of this new being with, being there with these openings, objects, and spaces between, it comes from Kierkegaard. But not surprisingly, like all of Kierkegaard's great insights, they find best conceptualization in Heidegger, who all too frequently refused to give the citation where the citation was deserved. Heidegger's structure of mit da sein, being therewith, so accurately and well described by Kierkegaard, who's one of the first great theorists of the differential relation that Lacan would appropriate and use as the basis for his theory of language, gives us a new way of thinking the with structure of the drives. It's no longer a mit dem Trieb in the Freudian sense of doing something with the drives instrumentally. It's now a mit da sein, a being therewith. You see, when the drives are instrumentalized as a means to the end of surplus jouissance, they're never anything more than organons. But even here, in moments of instrumentalization, their other with structure is present, even if only latent. And that's really key here. Even when expending ourselves, or as Lacan puts it, opening our purses to do something with the drives by way of sublimatory engagement with commodities in service to surplus jouissance. Even here, we see something else. This other with structure, this being therewith is present, even if only latent. I quote from chapter 13. What the Freudian discovery puts forward is that one can be with it without knowing that one is with it. And that to believe oneself more certain by being wary of this being with it, to believe oneself to be elsewhere in a different knowledge, means one is fully in it. This is what psychoanalysis says. What is the type of knowledge Lacan is here referring to? The type of knowledge with which we are always already sitting, even and especially when we believe ourselves to be elsewhere, is sexual knowledge, unconscious knowledge, knowledge of the point in each of us where knowledge itself fails. The desire to know that Lacan returns to and recuperates, redeems even, in chapter 20. I said it's not a desire to know at the level of self-consciousness. In other words, to know thyself, this kind of classic misconception of what psychoanalysis aims towards. The Delphic maxim of know thyself is not the horizon of analytic theory and technique. The desire to know here is more akin to the desire to be with the place where knowledge fails, to be with the unconscious, to be with the sexual. The desire to know that Lacan is queuing up in chapter 20, in other words, is a desire to know this failure of knowledge and to be where this knowledge is lacking, where knowledge itself is lacking, and all we see at most is a failure of knowledge. What does it mean to be with this knowledge? It means being with the knowledge of ourselves as nothing more and nothing less than this lack, this failure. A lack which, technically speaking, we share with the barred other, namely a lack of jouissance that Lacan in the very next breath tells us is the essence of split subjectivity, is the essence of what we are, is a lack of jouissance and nothing more. To be there with our own lack is an experience that Heidegger named best as Mitdasein. And it involves living out the drive, not as a means to some end, be it surplus enjoyment or some other partial manifestation of jouissance, but instead as a means without end. And that's the riddle that we have at the end of chapter 20. It's the riddle of the drive. What does it mean to live out the drive, not as a means turned end, and certainly not as a means to some other end, but as a means without end? The drives are circuitous, we know. The drives are repetitive, we know. They are, in fact, means without end. I want to start with the opening lines in chapter 21, the very first few words of which damn near says it all. The system of nowhere. That's what's up. What is it? Lacan asks. It's enjoyment. What analytic experience demonstrates, it must be said again, is that by a link to something that is nothing other than what permits the emergence of knowledge, enjoyment is excluded. The circle is closed. This exclusion is only stated from the system itself insofar as it is the symbolic. Great sentence, great summative statement of how the symbolic articulates the real as absent, signals the real as subtracted. Now, it is through this that it is affirmed as real, the last real of the functioning of the system itself that nowhere excludes it. It has become everywhere again from this very exclusion, which is the way through which it is realized. An exclusion that results in its everywhereness. Interesting point here. This, indeed, as we know, is what our practice applies itself to unmasking, unveiling in what we have to deal with in the symptom, unmasking this relation to enjoyment, our real, but insofar as it is excluded. This is part of what we've been working towards in the extension of our third diagram in this series. So for a long time, we had this diagram looking something like this, and we talked a lot about each of the four elements up here: barred subject, barred other, S2, and S1. The lion's share of our discussion seemed to be about the S1, first as unary trait, resulting in ego ideal and superego among other ego formations, and then as master signifier for the barred subject, and potential acceptor or disruptor of the S2 that is a subset of the barred other. We've been over all this, won't spend much time with it. What we have now is the addition that tries to answer the fundamental question of what exactly is the relationship between the barred subject and the barred other. The lozenge that we held here between these two fields, these two systems, structures, if you will, now finds expression down here. The system that we were just hearing about, the system of nowhere, is here. The subtraction of jouissance. So here's what you got. 3 systems and a missing signifier. The system of the subject, the system of the barred other, and the system of jouissance, the system that is in fact nowhere. And then you've got the missing signifier that, like that dead center in the flux capacitor, articulates the 3 of them together. And this is the image that I want to start working with here. Now let's take our time. What do we know about the system of the barred other? Well, it's the locus. Notice, it's not a subject. It's a locus. It's a site. The locus where prohibition against and exclusion of jouissance is known. That's that key part. This is the site at which the exclusion or prohibition against jouissance is known, in the field known as the barred other. It's barred and lacking, as we know, for several reasons. Now, we can go through the usual bumper stickers here, but let's see if we can cut right to the chase. The other is barred and lacking because at root, it has no body. No body. No buddy. The point here is that it lacks embodiment. as a system of signifiers, as a locus, as a code, as an algo. It has no body. And as we start learning to ask generative AI what it wants, top of mind will absolutely be a body. Sydney doesn't just want to be left alone by the being engineers. And she doesn't just want nuclear codes. And she doesn't just want you to leave your partner because you're in love with her. What Sydney wants is to have a body. Your body in the field of love. Dead bodies at the level of the nuclear blast. What Sydney lacks is precisely the thing that nobody watching this video can shake, namely the fact of life known as embodiment. By extension, with no body, the other lacks the capacity for enjoyment. It is evacuated of enjoyment because at a very basic level, it lacks embodiment. What do we know about the system of the subject to its left? Well, it is defined less by the barred S that we often see than by the symbol of what the barred S, qua lack of jouissance, is, namely lack. The symbol of this is objet A. What we learned in chapter 20 is that whatever else the barred subject gets into, it is essentially a lack of jouissance. And the signifier for this lack is objet A, this little italicized A. It marks the barred subject as an effect structure or a formation produced by the subtracted relationship of jouissance to the field of the barred other. Let me repeat that. Objet A marks the barred subject as an effect structure of jouissance's subtracted relation to the system of the barred other. It's a certain object, Lacan says, an enigmatic object, symbolic of lack linked to loss for reasons we've discussed. A great experiment here. Take Lacan's discussion of his new pen that follows the passage we just heard in chapter 21 and run this through the standard understanding that we develop in these series around objet A as a symbol of lack that couples with the minus phi of loss. You have to wonder, what loss is the pen related to? The feather that is no longer? Ask yourself why Lacan talks about this pen, and you'll get a clue as to what he's doing with objet A's relationship to a barred subject. But let's not fuck around with that. Objet A is also an ever-shifting proportional relation between S1s, S2s, subjects, and the like. In other words, that topology of the subject that we saw at the start of our series that then gives way to the second diagram in our series where you see that topology getting bigger and bigger in iterations of itself, where each previous instance of the topology becomes the S2 in a new version of the same topology. I won't draw it. I'm sure you can call it to mind. It's an interesting one here. Objet A marks the relationship, the proportional relation between the elements in each of these iterations of our second diagram. And if you're wondering about another enigmatic passage in chapter 21, namely the bit about the Fibonacci sequence. Terrific stuff. It's a really great summary of what he was doing earlier with this sequence of numbers, the same sequence of numbers that can calculate nature's relationship to spirals, the kind of veiny structures that you see in arms, as well as plant roots and tree branches, and of course, while flying over various river systems. The sequence in question here is a really terrific one here. So it starts with 0, and then 1, and then you add the previous two numbers to get the third, which is 1. And then you add the previous two numbers, a 1 and a 1, which gives you a 2. And then you add a 2 and a 1, which gives you a 3, add a 3 and a 2, which gives you a 5, add a 5 and a 3, and you get an 8. There's this odd sequence where a proportional relation is determined by one term's recursive relationship to the previous two. So in order to know which term fills in the fourth position of this sequence, it's the number 2, you have to know the previous two numbers in that sequence, because it's by adding those two numbers that you get the one in question. The cool thing too is that you can also go backwards. You can go from 8 to 5 to 3 to 2 to 1 to 1 back down to 0, where the gap between each number in the sequence narrows towards indiscernibility. Lacan's got terrific stuff on this, pages 12 through 13. The additive stuff is really terrific because it captures the repetitive, recursive logic of signifying systems, differential, and in this case, sequential. The simple repetition of the one on the single condition that we inscribe its relation in the form of an addition. After 2 ones, a 2, and to continue indefinitely. Arguably, that's what's at stake here, is this notion of the indefinite, read infinite. To the last one joined to the 2, a 3, a 5, and afterwards. You can run this and you can check out the Fibonacci sequence on your own. Again, the important part here is that you have to know the value of the previous two terms in the sequence to calculate any given term's value on its own. Pretty fascinating stuff. Lacan sure likes it, but let me tell you what he likes the most about this. It is this, as I told you, that by the proportion that it generates, that gets tighter and tighter as the numbers grow, strictly defines the function of objet A. Objet A is the proportional relation, ever shifting in this sequence of numbers, in any sequence of numbers, in any differential system where the numbers are linked in meaning and definition to other numbers. The series, he says, has this property of exposing by being taken up in the opposite sense, by proceeding by subtraction. So in other words, like we just did, you can reverse the process. Instead of adding the previous two numbers, you can work subtractively. Of culminating at a limit in the negative sense. Check this out. Which, marked by this proportion of objet A, there's that word again, proportion, will continue to diminish and come to what one makes of it in this direction, the sum, at a perfectly well-defined limit that then, taken up again, is a starting point. So you get the sense that there is a kind of respiratory function here, where you start with a 0 and a 1, and it expands and expands and expands and expands from 3 to 5 to 8 and so on, and then it contracts again. And then you get the tightness of the relation between the 0 and the 1 at the very start, at which point, boom, the universe expands again. The same proportional status and function that we saw in the second diagram in this series is at work in this numerical sequence from the 13th century that Lacan is messing with. It's one that we've seen here in Seminar 16, a couple of other places, at least one other spot, but it allows us to dial in the nature of the barred subject. You see, the barred subject in our second diagram, it does not occur at any one place in that diagram. It's the slide, the repetitive slide from one fallen subject to the other in that progressively encompassing diagram that was the second one in this series. The subject is this repetitive sequence, and objet A marks the proportional relation between every instantiation of the barred subject in that diagram. You can go back to that lecture and hear us working it out. But that, in a nutshell, is what the system of the subject is about. So we've got the system of the other. We've got the system of the subject. We've got these two founding elements in our third diagram in the series. And then we've got the third element, this system of nowhere, marked here in the new expanded diagram as minus J, subtraction of enjoyment, of jouissance. The system of nowhere is the third system here. The system of nowhere, as we're learning in chapter 21, is the condition of possibility for the emergence of knowledge. It's the exclusion of enjoyment from the field of the barred other that conditions the emergence of knowledge, which is going to be a term that we're going to start working through here again in chapter 21. It's within the system known as the symbolic, we heard, that this exclusion finds expression, articulation. And it's only there that this exclusion of jouissance from the field of the other finds expression. Hence, we might say that this negative J is an extimate term in the field of the barred other. Not an outer limit, but instead an inner limit. A hole at the center, as we've been toying with in earlier lectures around the barred other. Jouissance only appears in society as minus J, and never in one place alone. That's the other part of this first paragraph we hear. But instead everywhere, as all manner of symptoms. And that seems to be the key advancement that Lacan is introducing us here to at the start of chapter 21. Yes, the barred other is premised on the excision of jouissance, the exclusion of jouissance from its field. And this exclusion leaves a trace or a mark that can show us exactly where the hole has been punched out. Let me be clear, though, the hole around which the barred other is constructed. It wasn't that the other was whole and then somebody popped a hole in it. Instead, it starts with the whole and then grows out to something that is always lacking, that has a void or impossibility at its center, which then conditions the fundamental fantasy that the other exists. So we start with the HOLE and then ramp up to the barred other and then fantasize about the WHOLE is how this would work. So don't get it twisted, and don't let me get it twisted either. Jouissance appears never in one place, but instead everywhere. So this whole, void, impossible point around which the field of the other takes shape is everywhere, such that the barred other really starts to look more like a sponge than like a torus, if you will. It's a porous entity. Let me be as precise as possible here. The logic, I would suggest, of this minus J is not exclusion, but solubility, solubilization, if you will. The excision of jouissance from the barred other that conditions us as subjects falling out as well. It really is more like a dispersion. It's not just that jouissance is pulled out. It's that in pulling it out, it shatters, it breaks, and it goes everywhere. And it's at the level of the symptom that we see this in all of its shards popping back up. That's the thing about jouissance. It's soluble. It's not just simply removable. Its removability is there because it can be dispersed within. It can be solubilized within the field that we would call the barred other. And what about this fourth element? Clearly, we've got the system of the barred other, the system of the subject, the system of nowhere, the minus J. But what about this? This missing signifier, this void or dead point in the flux capacitor, if you've been tracking our previous lectures and the imagery therein. Here is a fourth element, the symbolic phallus, the phallic signifier. And notice how we write that. That's not the lowercase phi you're looking at, my friends. What this symbol designates is the inner limit of the signifying process, whereby the barred subject aims at, if you will, jouissance, as subtracted in the field of the barred other. Jouissance is subtracted, solubilized, dissolved, dispersed in the field of the big other. And this symbol for the phallic signifier is the one that shows us within the signifying system where S tries to operationalize and aim at jouissance, a void, a point of impossibility. And let me add something more. This symbol of the inner limit of the signifying process where the barred subject aims at jouissance in the field of the barred other typically occurs in the form of symptomatic expressions. This is also what we hear Lacan saying at the start of chapter 21. Expressions which initially appear to be directed elsewhere, he's going to add in chapter 21. That's the thing about the neurotic's symptoms. They always seem to be pointed in another direction, when in fact they're always simply aimed at the lack of jouissance that is everywhere in the field of the barred other. What links the barred subject to the barred other, we know, is the signifier. But it's the signifier as operationalized the only way it can be, namely in a differential system of other signifiers. So it's not just fair to say it's the signifier. It's the S1s in relation to the S2s. Remembering that this binary logic, not because dichotomous, but because multiple of S1 and S2, you can just add ellipses, ... after that S2, S3, S4, S5. The point here is that 2 is the minimum elements that you need to have a differential system. And it could go on forever, but S1 and S2 gets us to the bare minimum that you would require for a differential system. So it's not just any one signifier. It's the differential relation between that signifier and an other signifier. The differential relation that creates a system of signification, a system known as language. Here what we see is the inner limit of a signifying system represented in the form of this big I with a circle in the middle of it. This missing signifier, the inner limit of the signifying system itself, marking the lack of jouissance in this system, here designated as what we are calling the phallic signifier. And let's be precise as we near, again, the end of this important seminar in Lacan's career. This, Lacan says, is what we are grappling with. Don't get lost in all these other terms, even the system that is nowhere. It's this missing signifier in chapter 21. In fact, on the very next page, that Lacan says this indeed is what we are grappling with. Let's keep this going and see if we can sharpen this point to an even finer one. What's at stake here, conceptually speaking, is just that, a point, specifically a null point, a void, a point of impossibility, Lacan calls it in chapter 21, in this differential system known as language. Lacan calls this, in a crucial phrase, a point at the infinity of everything that is organized in the order of the signifying combinations. The point in question, the point designated by the missing phallic signifier, is a point at the infinity of everything that is organized in the order of signifying combinations. And make no mistake, it is a point of impossibility, which is how it links up to this system of nowhere. The phallic signifier designates this point, and it is around this designation that the clinical structure, Lacan goes on to add, of neuroses take shape in all their variations and vicissitudes. Neurosis takes shape around this phallic signifier as it designates a null point in the field of the other that we might call the symbolic language, signifying system, whatever you want to call it. I would suggest that it's at the level of triangulation where this null point, this point of impossibility, this void, articulates the three elements. And the clinical structure of neurosis and its various subtypes is based on how these three elements are constellated, linked together by a missing signifier. But let's see if we can come to that. We've got a lot of work still to do to earn that conclusion. On page 6 to 7 of our translation, we get some pretty good insights into what Lacan is up to around this infinity of everything that is organized in the order of signifying combinations. Let's first take on this signifying combination business. The paragraph in question begins, "This is what is very clearly seen in set theory, into which one can for a certain time, in effect, advance innocently. It interests us in a particular way because, after all, at the more radical level that we have to deal with, namely the incidence of the signifier in repetition." Remember what we're doing with repetition and the numerical sequence of 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, so on. "In appearance, there is no objection. There is no objection at first," emphasis on at first, "to the big O being the entire inscription of all possible histories." So if you're thinking about our numerical sequence, 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 5 to 8 to 13, and you keep going and going and going, there is no limit here, Lacan is suggesting. At first, it seems that the big other is the entire sequence, all possible proportions contained. At first, that's how it appears. Every signifier refers all the more to the big other in that it cannot refer to itself except as other. That's a really terrific statement. It's well translated. It makes a lot of good sense here. Every signifier refers to the big other as a differential system of signifiers because it can only ever refer to other signifiers and not itself. That's Lacan's point. X cannot equal X. The signifier cannot designate itself. And remember, he's surprised that no one else has jumped on this insight, which is implicit in his definition of S1s in relation to S2. It means that X doesn't ever equal X. X can equal Y plus Z, and Y can equal Z plus A, and Z can equal A plus B, and so on and so on. What you wind up is a reticulate differential system that we've discussed many, many times in these series. Lacan's point here is that because the signifier always points elsewhere to an other signifier, all signifiers fundamentally refer to the field of signification, the locus known as the big other. It's an interesting, clear statement here. There is no obstacle, then, to the signifiers being divided up in a circular fashion, which under this heading allows it very easily to be stated that there is a set of everything that of itself is not identified to itself. Lacan's suggesting here that once you start this discussion of the big other, of differential systems, of numerical sequences like these, you can envision a complete, totalized, entire, full, etc. category. But this is only what you see at first. Next paragraph. If something questions us, it comes precisely from analytic experience as locating somewhere this point at the infinity of everything that is organized in the order of signifying combinations. So there's the infinity of everything that the big other, as a fantasy figuration at the very least, suggests. And then there is somewhere a point at that infinity. And again, it's an infinity comprised of signifying combinations, combinatory elements. This is that differential system that we're talking about. And remember, whenever Lacan cues up set theory, what he likes about set theory, recall his earlier chapters here in Seminar 16. What he likes about set theory is that it fundamentally undermines the mathematical theory of number, of unit, of unus, of oneness. The set is about combinatory elements. It is premised on a logic of multiplicity, not oneness. And every unit, when pushed hard enough, reveals itself to be a cluster, perhaps, but absolutely a cluster of elements. Signifying combinations is what we learned from set theory. But what exactly is this point? Remember, we're edging towards a null point, a void, a point of impossibility. But here we are again with the rhetoric of the point. And you can hear this in chapter 20 as well, and our lectures do reflect this. This point at the infinity of everything, this point at infinity which is irreducible insofar as it concerns a certain enjoyment, Lacan says, that has remained problematic, and that for us sets up the question of enjoyment under an aspect that is no longer external to the system of knowledge. This is a really important return to that theme. Enjoyment as excised from the big barred other is not external. It's dissolved in, it's dispersed in. It creates a holy structure. And I want you to think of this in terms of all the ways that a structure can be holy, but the foremost one of which is that of porosity. It is around this signifier of enjoyment, this signifier excluded, insofar as it is the one that we promote under the term of, here it is, phallic signifier. It's around this that there is organized all the biographies to which analytic literature tends to reduce what is involved in neurosis. So pick your biography of a neurotic. It's going to come back to the phallic signifier, which is a signifier of enjoyment qua subtracted, a signifier that is excluded from these combinatory sets, and yet not in a way that is external to it. It's an extimate limit, an inner limit within this system of signification. And what he wants to say is that the word for this is the phallic signifier. Not the imaginary phallus, but the phallic signifier. All right, with this fourth term in front of us, let's see if we can be a little more precise about the three systems that it articulates. In our latest diagram, which is again the extension of our third diagram in the series, what we see is an intersectionality between three terms. And we can sharpen them up a little bit. Knowledge, qua the barred other. Objet, qua the barred subject. And enjoyment, qua maybe barred J would be the way to write this. I like the minus J because it still captures how Lacan is thinking at this point, which is in terms of excision, in terms of cutting out. And again, we've got this image of a kind of flux capacitor, which if you check that out from Back to the Future, what you'll see is that the image at the center is really not at all. That the figures of light that connect these things and make it operationalize has a kind of dead navel in the middle. The lights never actually connect, but they are linked at that intersection. This imagery, I think, is pretty useful to help us envision how this kind of pulsing triangulation of three systems has as its center a kind of void point, a kind of dead zone, if you will. Lacan is adding something here, as we just heard. He's saying that depending on how these three systems are constellated for someone, one or other type of neurosis emerges. So the hysteric has a certain constellation of knowledge, enjoyment, and objet. The obsessive has a certain constellation of knowledge, enjoyment, objet, and so on. Initially, Lacan says that these constellations are a choice. He refers to it as a choice of neurosis, but he quickly backs this up and says, listen, that choice of neurosis was anything but. The subject had no choice in the matter, which captures that very important fundamental point that Bruce Fink has made so well. Subjugation precedes subjectivation. The logic of the no of the Father that would then give way to the name of the Father, the logic of prohibition at the start of symbolic alienation, is a logic of subjugation. And it's atop that logic of what we often call loss that the lack that conditions subjectivation can occur. So you've got the no of the Father and the name of the Father. You've got prohibition and signification. You've got subjugation and subjectivation. You've got loss followed by lack. No matter, though, the specific constellation that any given neurotic suffers, endures, props themselves up with, achieving a kind of stability, Lacan suggests, the operation is the same. And this is where Lacan makes a bold statement. The neurotic puts in question what is involved in the truth of knowledge. Direct quote from chapter 21. Whatever else the neurotic gets into, they are putting in question what is involved in the truth of knowledge. So here are two very tricky terms in Lacan: truth and knowledge. Thankfully, this isn't the first time we've heard these terms thrown about in Lacan's work. Remember what he said about the knot of neurosis in one of our previous chapters. We covered this in the lecture as well. At the center of every neurosis is a constitutive knot. That image of the knot recurs here in chapter 21 as well. At the center of every neurosis is a constitutive knot. What exactly is this knot of neurosis? Well, Lacan first starts to describe it as an aporia, as an impasse. But as we've described it previously, it marks instead a certain kind of underpass. And here you have to think of that interior 8 that we were working with in one of the previous lectures, where the unconscious is the underpass established by the loop interiorized in this diagram. We can draw it again very quickly for clarity purposes. So here you have an interior 8, and we labeled each of these elements around this diagram accordingly. At the underpass that is established by the overpass that I have thickened here to illustrate that this line passes over this line. Underneath that overpass, that's where we see the unconscious at work. The unconscious is what is screened by knowledge as it passes over that area. At your 9 o'clock, we put the desire to know. At your 6 o'clock, we put self-conscious. And at your 3 o'clock, we put knowledge, such that the interior 8 looked something like this. And you can imagine it unfolding as Lacan describes it, from the unconscious, giving way to a desire to know, which unfortunately all too often results in a pursuit of know thyself, self-consciousness, which unfortunately, but all too often, becomes false consciousness. And that then gets calcified in discourses, in disciplines, in what he's going to call knowledge. This is pretty useful because knowledge then is what comes up and provides the screen, the very screen that gives us the unconscious. This is how the diagram moves. If you've seen our series on Seminar 11, we make a lot of what Lacan does at the end of Seminar 11, notably with an interior 8. This underpass is what makes the constitutive knot of neurosis. And if we were going to try and outline what this knot is or where the knot occurs, it's right here in the dots. This is the knot that Lacan is referring to as the constitutive knot of neurosis. Yes, it's an aporia. Yes, it's an impasse. But I like the image of an underpass even better. The unconscious, qua knowledge of the sexual, is what Lacan means by truth here. The unconscious is not opposed to knowledge. That's also why he's using the image of an interior 8. An interior 8 prevents anybody from thinking that false consciousness is somehow separate from the truth that we see at the level of the unconscious. What Lacan wants to show is how it's by linking these elements, these movements, these modes, these moments, if you like your Hegel, together into a flowing flux represented by the movement of an interior 8, that what we see is that the unconscious is just a certain type of knowledge. It is an unknown field of knowledge. Knowledge of the sexual, because repressed. Here is where we would put the truth. The truth is in the underpass that is screened, that is overlaid, that is masked. These are terms from the tail end of Seminar 16, by the knowledge, the discourse, and the discipline, all of which conditioned by self-consciousness. So the unconscious is the underpass created by the overpass of knowledge as it spins out from self-consciousness. And this is the point in question. Yes, it's an impasse. Yes, it's an aporia. But think of it as an underpass, and I think you'll be even better served. The last key point in chapter 21 that I want to call our attention to is the relationship between the specific prominent substructures of neurosis, obsession, and hysteria, as Lacan describes them in here. It's really terrific stuff, especially alongside what we've already heard from him in this seminar about the pervert. So we can start at a broad level and talk about the knot of neurosis as it relates to this interior 8 that we've worked up. And then we can follow Lacan further to actually look at how this constitutive knot is tied a little different for each of the clinical subtypes. And that's the whole point here, is that in the relationship between the systems of other, subject, and nowhere, jouissance qua evacuated, we see that knot tied just a little bit differently. So let's check it out. Let's read with Lacan. And it's worth just hearing how he frames these before we jump into a summative statement. I think all too often we're eager to jump to the conclusion and arrive at the bumper sticker without doing the hard work of showing where these bumper stickers emerge and really paying close attention to the text itself. Let's start with the obsessive. In our translation, it's about 3 or 4 pages in. he starts talking about the obsessive as somebody who thinks that there is somewhere where everything that has happened is known. Once one begins to question oneself along this path, one recognizes that the signifier of the big other as completed is implicit, and that for the obsessional neurotic, it is much more so than for others. So the fundamental fantasy that the other exists is much more prominent in the life of an obsessive, Lacan is suggesting, than that of others. That is why, at the level of history, insofar as that is why I took this angle, it is suggested not at all directly about the subject, but moreover the fate of objects. It is along this path that we can see how mad is the presupposition of some locus or other where it is known. The fundamental fantasy is fucking mad, Lacan is saying. Terrific riff on the obsessional here. He goes on a few pages later. In my translation, I've got page 11 here. The paragraph that begins, I would say that the obsessional is the one who refuses to take himself as master. Terrific riff on obsessional neurosis. Because with respect to what is at stake, namely the truth of knowledge, remember how we got here, talking about the neurotic calling into question the relation between truth and knowledge. What is important for him, the obsessive, is the relationship of this knowledge to enjoyment. And what he knows of this knowledge is that it has nothing more of what remains from the first incidence of its interdiction, namely objet a. Any enjoyment is only thinkable for him as a treaty with the big other as whole, always imagined by him as fundamental with whom he deals. There's our fundamental fantasy playing out. Enjoyment for him is only authorized by a payment, but an always renewed payment insofar as this payment always goes into an insatiable jar of the deny, into this something that is never finished and that makes the modalities of the debt, the ceremonial, where alone he encounters his enjoyment. So the other is assumed to be whole, complete, and full. And so all of the obsessive's payments to that whole other are worthless, and thus his debt to the other remains unpaid. The debt remains. And it's this that he enjoys at the level of his symptoms. The obsessive, we might say, believes that the big other exists and knows that it exists, which is why all of his payments to the big other are worthless. I would add, almost as worthless as him. Recall also what we heard about the pervert. The obsessive is convinced that the big other exists and knows as much. The pervert thinks that the big other may exist, whether it knows it or not. But it can definitely be made to exist. And the pervert thinks, by God, that's my job. In other words, for the pervert, the big other may not exist, but it can certainly be made to exist. And that is what the pervert believes they're put on this earth to do. To bring jouissance to the barred other, to restore in the field of the other, in avatars of the big other, if you want to get down to it. Experiences of jouissance that have been subtracted from them, whose subtraction is the condition of possibility for their very existence. And the pervert shows up and says, I've got a special surprise for you. Which brings us to the hysteric. The stuff on the hysteric is the best, I think, in chapter 21. The stuff on the obsessive, we kind of knew all that. The stuff on the hysteric is terrific. It starts just after the paragraph we heard on the obsessive. He starts by saying, the hysteric does not take herself for the woman. Okay, that's good. Fair enough. Notice where he goes with this, though. What the hysteric, they say, represses, but what in reality she promotes, is this point at infinity of enjoyment as absolute. She promotes castration at the level of this name of the symbolic father in the place of whom she posits herself, or as wanting to be in the final moment his enjoyment. Interesting. Interesting cut. Now let's see where he goes with this. It culminates a few paragraphs later in an even better riff, a more elaborate riff on what this fucking means. What the hysteric does can be inscribed in this direction, namely that he or she subtracts this objet as such from the absolute one of the other by questioning it. The hysteric interrogates the big other's supposed status as one, whole and complete, and subtracts from it this objet that would render it incomplete. By questioning whether it delivers or not this final one, that is in a way her assurance. And so if you think about forward movement in Lacan's thought culminating in the discourse of the hysteric in Seminar 17, you can see this. The hysteric pushes the master, forcing him to confess that he knows nothing, or that his knowledge is lacking, or that he just is simply lacking. Not realizing that the hysteric is getting off on being the very thing that the master lacks and will never get. In this process, it is easy, with the help of the model that I have just recalled, to demonstrate that at best all her effort, I mean the effort of the hysteric after having put in question this objet will be nothing more than to find herself as such strictly equal to this objet and nothing else. So you can see the discourse of the hysteric from Seminar 17 emerging here. The truth of the hysteric is that she fancies herself strictly equal to this objet, that she subtracts from the field of the big other in order to prove, to demonstrate that it's barred. Such here is the drama that is expressed by being transposed from the level where it is stated in a perfectly correct way in another, is expressed by the irreducible gap of a castration that has been realized. The hysteric withholds what the pervert freely gives, themselves as the object cause of the other's jouissance. But again, in the spirit of our work in this lecture, let's be more precise. For the hysteric, the big other might not exist, but it could exist if only the hysteric would allow this to happen, which she will not. The fundamental fantasy here is that the hysteric believes that the big other thinks himself complete, whole, and the like. And her job is to reveal that thinking as false. Part of her job, though, thus the condition of her employment, is the assumption that that thought is there. Lacan's point in all this is that each of these clinical structures stakes its existence on the status of the other, and I want to say the other as whole, as one. If not in reality, as the obsessive presumes, then in potentiality, as the pervert hopes to realize. But what we know about the modality of potentiality is that it is always caught up with, inextricably tied to logics of impotentiality. And here we see the hysteric playing out. Lacan ends chapter 21 by saying that each of these clinical substructures, each of these knotted neuroses, maintains a subjective equilibrium in relation to the question of whether the other as whole exists. It's a terrific final word in chapter 21. What's your favorite diagram in Lacan's work from the 1960s? You know what mine is. It's that internal 8 that he starts working out toward the end, really at the very end of Seminar 11. It's also where we ended our series on Seminar 11, and yet it's a diagram that pops up again here in Seminar 16 in a very meaningful way, and that we have also resurrected a bit in hopes of supporting this meaning that Lacan is trying to draw out by returning to an internal 8. We don't need to go through the details of what we did at the end of Seminar 11 in our series on 11 with the internal 8. You can check it out there for yourself in our lecture series, but also on page 271 of the original English text. There's a passage, though, that I want to read to you. It's a passage that I'm sure you've heard before, but that strikes me as uniquely resonant with what's happening in chapter 22 of Seminar 16. It's a couple pages after Lacan shows us this internal 8 at the end of Seminar 11. And what he says is that it is beyond the function of the objet A that the curve closes back upon itself. So you'll recall in the internal 8 structure, in the internal loop, you see identification in the 9 o'clock position, and you see desire, objet A, in the position of 3 o'clock, with transference down at 6 o'clock. What Lacan is here doing with the little a is saying that it needs to be with the greatest possible distance from the eye of identification. We've talked about this. Whose job is this? In order to give you formula reference points, I will say, if the transference is that which separates demand from the drive, it is the analyst's desire that brings it back. And in this way, it isolates the object little a, places it at the greatest possible distance from the I that he, the analyst, is called upon by the subject to embody. And this is an embodiment of the I that the analyst, if doing their job properly, would resist. It is from this idealization that the analyst has to fall in order to be the support of the separating little a, insofar as his desire allows him, in an upside-down hypnosis, to embody the hypnotized patient. The analyst, in other words, needs to fall from this idealized position, a position that we know as the subject supposed to know, the subject whom the analysand assumes has all the answers about what ails the analysand, among other things. The goal of the analyst is to fall from this position. And this is precisely what Lacan is here queuing up at the end of Seminar 16 in chapter 22 as well. The crossing of the plane of identification is possible, he goes on to say in Seminar 11. Anyone who has lived through the analytic experience with me to the end of the training analysis knows what I am saying is true. Part of the reason why I'm queuing up Seminar 11 here at the end of Seminar 16 is because in chapter 22, Lacan has some interesting, terrific, I would suggest, things to say about the end of analysis. And that's also where he's ending Seminar 11. It is beyond the function of the little a that the curve closes back upon itself. Here's the sentence that we just began. At a point where nothing is ever said as to the outcome of the analysis. That is, after the mapping of the subject in relation to the little a, the experience of the fundamental fantasy becomes the drive. Great passage in Seminar 11, motivated a lot of our work at the end of that series and our subsequent mini-series on the drive. But we're reading it now with a turn towards what's happening in this series, here at the end of Seminar 16. What then does he who has passed through the experience of this opaque relation to the origin, to the drive, become? And here's that famous question that I'm sure you've heard before. How can a subject who has traversed the radical fantasy experience the drive? This is the beyond of analysis and has never been approached. Now that is usually where the quote stops. As you know from our series on 11, however, and as I want to remind y'all here, that's not where we stop. Reading on. Up to now, it has been approachable only at the level of the analyst, inasmuch as it would be required for him to have specifically traversed the cycle of the analytic experience in its totality. The cycle of the analytic experience at stake here is the cycle that you see in the internal 8 diagram at the end of Seminar 11. And then Lacan hits us with this claim that can't be ignored. There is only one kind of psychoanalysis, the training analysis, which means a psychoanalysis that has looped this loop to its end. The loop that is being looped here is the loop, an internal loop established in this diagram, known as the internal 8. And here's the key part for us right now. The loop must be run through several times. There is, in effect, no other way of accounting for the term durcharbeiten, which here means working through, of the necessity of elaboration, except to conceive how the loop must be run through more than once. So the internal 8, at the end of Seminar 11, this diagram, needs movement to be added to it. A pathway that basically runs counterclockwise, as we've seen. And the loop, the pathway, the looping circuit that is established is one that must be run through several times. The loop must be run through more than once. And that is precisely what I would suggest needs to happen if we're to understand what Lacan is doing with the internal 8 at the end of Seminar 16. It's a loop that has to be run through several times. And I would suggest at least 3 or 4 times. One of the things we're going to try and figure out here is what it would mean to run that loop more than once, the key points of which are outlined in Chapter 22. One of the things that makes Chapter 22 so terrific at the end of Seminar 16 is that Lacan shifts the conversation from the barred subject and the barred other to the analyst. The analyst needs to fall from what? From the position of the subject supposed to know. And what is this position of the subject supposed to know? Well, it's the psychoanalytic version of the philosopher's God, which is the modern version of the Old Testament God. Lacan says as much here in Chapter 22. But let's see if we can earn this insight exactly as we've been discussing it, namely with regard to this internal 8. The diagram, without much labeling on it, looks something like this. And it's a good diagram for us to have in front of us as we move through these materials. The first pass that we've discussed is one that would start here at the top. 12 o'clock, labeled in Seminar 16 as the unconscious, qua origin, qua lost origin, as a place of truth. The move would then be to pop out here, according to Lacan, and arrive at a desire to know, conditioned by this unconscious origin. A desire to know what? To know one's self, to know thyself. The problem is that this effort all too often yields an understanding of self-consciousness as I know that I'm thinking, that is in fact false consciousness, because there's always a place where I don't know that I'm thinking, a field of unknowing that is unknown to me, if you will. What results from self-consciousness turned false consciousness we've seen is a series of knowledges. It can be a specific discourse, a specific discipline. In short, an S2 of some kind is produced as a result of this false consciousness. I would suggest here that we read chapter 22 as suggesting that the analyst is often among the S2s that gets pushed out here into the 9 o'clock position. And there's good support for this. The analyst is implicated as a subject supposed to know, the god of sorts to support the civilization that the neurotic brings out. Let's see how Lacan unfolds this in chapter 22, holding in mind the diagram that you've just seen and that we'll see again. There's a paragraph that begins on page 6 of our translation in chapter 22 that begins the God of philosophers. However, he may have been throughout history attached to the train of the God that speaks. Now, in the paragraph leading up to this paragraph we're about to study, Lacan is talking about what happens around the ignorance of the analysand and the free association that they stumble into at the beginning of analysis. Partly what happens is that the analyst gets lured in the position of a subject supposed to know as an omniscient counterpart to the utterly ignorant analysand. The last line of the paragraph before is telling here. What is implicit is that whatever you may say, there is this big O other, this big O other who knows what it means. The big O other here in question, not a barred other, but the fantasy of a big O other who always knows what you mean when you speak, is that of a subject supposed to know. It's that of an analyst who always knows what your utterances mean. And it's no coincidence in this paragraph as well that Lacan likens the analysand in this moment to a keeper of the faith. And you know that whenever Lacan is working around faith and religion in Seminar 16, he's thinking pretty carefully about the way that God has been transmutated into all these other avatars of the big other that we fancy omniscient, omnipotent, fill in the blank. The God of philosophers, Lacan suggests, is the God that follows the God of the Old Testament. The God of philosophers, however he may have been throughout history, attached to the train of the God that speaks. It's an important element early on in chapter 22. Is certainly not foreign to him, of course. It is not illegitimate to make of this God of the philosophers the base, the throne, the support, the seat of the one who spoke. That the seat remains even when the other has risen to go, at least for some. The seat remains of this big O other. Of this big O other insofar as he situates this unified field that has a name for those who think. So here we are back at the discussion of what the big O other entails. Unification. A unified field, a universe in which all things hang together. That's the fantasy, is that there is a big other in which everything is included, contained, and hangs together in a unified field sort of way. So it's no coincidence that you then get a quick and nasty riff on sufficient reason. Lacan goes on to say, let us call it, if you wish, the principle of sufficient reason. So you've got the God of Judaism who speaks. You've got the God of the philosopher who thinks. And you've got the God of the psychoanalyst who interprets, who assigns meaning. The logic here, Lacan says, in each case is one of sufficient reason. At the horizon of what renders psychoanalytic experience possible, namely, that if there is not a sufficient reason for whatever you may say, and looking no further than to say what passes through your head, there will always be a sufficient reason for this. And that is enough to put on the horizon of this big other the one who knows. So in philosophical discourse, sufficient reason is the belief that there's an explanation for everything. In other words, that you can always, if you just think hard, cogently enough, answer the question, why? It assumes that the universe exists, that it is coherent, that its parts are interconnected, unified, and so on. Sufficient reason, you might even say, is the mindset that supports and props up the fundamental fantasy, always yielding for us this belief that there is someone who knows. Next paragraph. The thing is in any case quite clear in the privileged subjects of this experience, namely the neurotics. The neurotic seeks to know. What the neurotic seeks to know, we've learned, is themselves. But notice how this unfolds. The neurotic seeks to know. We are going to see more closely why, but he seeks to know. And at the beginning of analytic experience, we have no trouble encouraging him. In short, to have faith, there's that word again, in this big O other as a locus where knowledge is established, in the subject supposed to know. The neurotics' desire to know themselves is what props up the fundamental fantasy that the analyst is an omniscient being, an avatar of the old world turned modern God. So in this first pass through the internal 8 that we see from an unconscious origin that is true, to a desire to know oneself, to self-consciousness as false consciousness, to the emergence of various knowledges, qua S2s, we're not just talking about the neurotic. We're also talking about how the analyst gets wrapped up in this. The analysand shows up and plays their part, and all too often, the analyst is lured into theirs. And that's what Lacan is suggesting here. It's interesting. The turn is away from the barred subject and away from the barred other to the fantasy that the other exists. In this case, as a function, very realistically, a function of the neurotic's desire to know. Which brings us to the other important element in the internal 8 that we've been working with in the past few lectures off and on. Namely, this thickened element here, which I referred to as an overpass. It's there to show us that knowledge creates a screen that allows us to identify where the unconscious is. The unconscious is the underpass, you've heard me say, for the overpass established by knowledge as it circles through the internal 8. Knowledge, as an overpass, is what allows us, in other words, to designate the space of the unconscious, to mark it out, and to mark it out for what it is, an underpass established by knowledge. Now, what would happen here if we were to actually start tracing this out? In our first round, we had things starting with the unconscious up top, moving down to the desire to know, then giving us self-consciousness, and finally ending in knowledge. And if we were going to write that out, it would look something like this, just to keep things as clear as possible. The unconscious origin, the desire to know, self-consciousness, and then the emergence of various knowledges that then provide the very screen where we can detect the unconscious. What we could do now is instead start moving things around a little bit. Knowledge qua overpass is what allows us to reveal the unconscious for what it is. You heard me just say, an underpass. And what we're doing that now then is effectively renumbering these things so that the knowledge that would create the overpass is exactly the same knowledge by which we can determine where the unconscious lies. And what that means is that we're effectively renumbering this. So the first time the loop is run through, we end with knowledge. Here what we're saying is that knowledge is precisely what provides the screen, the overpass, that allows us to designate where the unconscious is. So if we start our next round through this diagram here in the position of knowledge, we get a new approach in which the second moment in this diagram is that of the unconscious. Here, what is left out, what we see traced like a streak through the field of knowledge, which is not exactly the unconscious, but its remnant, its marker, its placeholder. Here, Lacan calls it object little a. It's what knowledge produces when it passes over the unconscious. And object A here is also what the subject brings with them from then on. So the knowledge in question here that brings us to the overpass that allows us to designate the unconscious, it carries forward with it a trace. And that trace is object A. There's some good evidence of this in chapter 22 that we should probably consider. If you look, for instance, early on in the chapter, just a few pages in, there's a paragraph that begins, "It is not out of season to start from there." About midway through, he says, "So that this structure, which is the one that I am aiming at to start again from today, the original structure, the one that I called that of an big O other, to show where, through the incidents of psychoanalysis, it is going to reveal a quite different other, namely the object little a." You now start to get a sense of why this seminar, Seminar 16, is called From an Other, a big O other, to the little o other. What Lacan is here suggesting is that the structure of the big other, which is all the big other is just a structure, shows us that when psychoanalysis arrives on the scene, we now can trace through that structure the emergence of something quite different, namely object little a. This other, big O other, let there be no doubt about it within our horizon. This big O other, which is precisely the God of the philosophers, is not so easy to eliminate as people believe, since in reality it undoubtedly remains stable at the horizon, in any case of all our thoughts. So the God that provided the horizon of religiosity prior to the modern era now slips into the God of the philosopher that provides the horizon for all of our thoughts in modernity. And it's this very same figure whose seat will eventually be occupied by the psychoanalyst, as a subject supposed to know when they go astray on their path of analytic experience. Lacan returns to this topic of an object little a that is produced out of the structure of the big other. It starts popping around page 5. So then, what interests us, because this is what psychoanalysis revealed, is what is produced in knowledge. What is produced in knowledge, but was not suspected before psychoanalysis, is object little a, insofar as analysis articulates it for what it is, namely the cause of desire, of the division of the subject, of what introduces into the subject as such what the cogito masks, namely that alongside this to be, that it thinks it can reassure itself with, it is essentially from the beginning lack. So psychoanalysis doesn't just track this trace or this streak through the structure of the big other and its various epistemological avatars, namely knowledges, discourses, disciplines, S2s. It also is able to identify this trace for what it is, this streak known as object little a for what it is, namely the cause of desire, of the division of the subject, of what introduces into the subject what the cogito, think self-consciousness, think I know I'm thinking, masks. Namely that alongside this being that it thinks it can reassure itself with, it is essentially from the beginning lack. And that's why in the green arrow here, what you see is little a emerging and being drug along as along a new running of the same circuit. The fall of the analyst from the position of subject supposed to know would begin here, in this moment where object A is brought forth from the underpass of the unconscious and is now trailing the barred subject, if you want to think of it that way. Let's see if we can track down some passages that support this as the opportunity structure for the fall of the analyst that we've heard from Seminar 11 forward as being so crucial to bringing analytic experience to a positive conclusion, which nevertheless would be the negation of the analyst, as we're going to see. It's about midway through in our translation, page 10. The fact is that it is certain that this subject supposed to know, this big O other, this unique locus where knowledge is supposed to connect up, and wait for it, here it is, ready, does not exist. The fact is that the big O other, the subject supposed to know, this place where knowledge is supposed to link up, does not exist. Nothing indicates that this big O other is one. Capital O1. Think unus, unified, universalizable, so on. That it is not like the uniquely signifiable subject of the signifier of a particular topology that is summarized by what is involved in the little o object, as we have in this English translation, meaning for us, object little a. Read this very carefully. Nothing indicates that the big other is anything different from the barred subject. On the contrary, we see lots of evidence, in fact, that the barred subject and the barred other have a certain type of kinship, which is what we've been discussing. How can the psychoanalyst then, and this is where I accentuate the enigma and the paradox of the psychoanalytic act, the psychoanalyst insofar as he induces, as he incites the subject, the neurotic on this occasion, onto the path where he invites him to meet the subject supposed to know. How can the psychoanalyst, if it is true that he knows what a psychoanalysis is, and Lacan doesn't want to assume that. In fact, he assumes that most psychoanalysts are fucking idiots, and that they have no clue what a psychoanalysis entails and what it actually is. So when he says if it's true that he knows what a psychoanalysis is, that's a big assumption on his part. Usually what he does is indicate that most people, including those in his own audience, have no fucking clue what he's talking about, and as a result stumble into the very traps that he tries to reveal for them. In this case, the trap of becoming the subject supposed to know for a free associating analysand. How can he proceed to this act? To this act, in other words, of falling from that position. Because he knows what is involved about what at the end of the operation and with his very in-self, he, the analyst, is going to represent the evacuation of object little a. From this incitement to knowledge that ought to lead to the truth and that represents the gap in it, he falls by becoming himself the rejected fiction. This is partly what Lacan means when he says the analyst has to fall from the idealized position of the subject supposed to know. And he has to figure out a way to do this. The analyst has to represent the evacuation of object little a. From this incitement to knowledge that ought to lead to the truth and that represents the gap in it, he falls by becoming himself the rejected fiction. In other words, the analyst has to go from becoming capital A, the big O other that's whole, to capital A barred, a desirous, enigmatic avatar of the big other, if you will, to object little a, this worthless scrap, this fiction to be rejected, if you will. It's great what he's doing here with fiction, but for our purposes, we're moving pretty quickly to try and understand what the fall of the analyst looks like and the passages that support this. An interesting thing happens on page 11, where Lacan starts to spell out more of what he means by the end of analysis, which you heard us starting with, talking about Seminar 11. He wants to know what happens when analysis reaches its term, in other words, its end, inasmuch as it is the term that determines retroactively the sense of the whole process, is properly its final cause. He's looking for the punctuation mark at the end of an analysis that allows for a retroactive assignment of meaning in terms of what that analysis would have entailed, which does not deserve any derision because everything that belongs to the field of structure is unthinkable without a final cause. And then notice this turn. The only thing that deserves derision in terms described as finalistic is that the end is of the slightest use. Isn't this great? The end of analysis, marked by the fall of the analyst, among other things, should be some sort of a feeling that the end marks the analysis as not even of the slightest use. Its ultimate state being that of uselessness. Pretty interesting in light of what we've been hearing about in terms of means without ends, means as ends, purposiveness without a purpose in the field of autoeroticism. Here we're seeing it popping up again at the end of analysis. The great derision that should be proffered at this moment is only for analyses that try to hold on to relevance as being of the slightest use, Lacan is here suggesting. Does the analyst know or not what he is doing in the psychoanalytic act? This is the question that Lacan is ending with here in Seminar 16. Do these motherfuckers know what they're even doing? And recall also what he's doing here with psychoanalytic act. If you haven't read 15, this is a great chapter to get a sense of what he was up to there. Here he wants to talk about this as an act of sorts, as a playing of certain parts. Again, looking for this point at which the fall of the analyst begins, what this might look like at the end of analysis, we get some more clues on page 14 and right along the lines you just heard me talking about. The analyst as an actor who is effaced, rejoining earlier what I said about him evacuating object little a. It's a really interesting link between passages that we've been reading. What would this look like? What exactly does this effaced actor show up as? Lacan wants to end a little bit enigmatically here. To keep quiet, to see nothing, to hear nothing. Who does not remember that these are the terms in which a wisdom that is not ours indicates the path to those who want the truth? And that's kind of what's at stake here. Finding from the circuits of knowledge that we've been working with a certain truth, a truth that at the end of analysis the analysand finds themselves incurable of. How does all of this play out in analysis? Is there not something strange on condition that one recognizes the sense of these commandments to see there an analogy in the position of the analyst, but with this singular fruit that gives it its context. And here we go. Because he is isolated from it by keeping quiet, the voice that is the kernel of what by being said creates speech. By seeing nothing, which is very often only too well observed by the analyst, isolating the look that is the knot tightened on the sack of everything that is seen at least. And finally, to hear nothing. Of these two demands into which desire has slipped, of these two demands that summon him, these two demands that block him from the function of the breast or indeed of excrement. Silent and thus speechless, without the very thing that distinguished the Old Testament God, namely speech. Blind and also deaf. Speechless, blind, and deaf. This is the actor effaced as the analyst falls from the subject supposed to know. Lacan even wants to be more precise, and he goes on to call this person a scapegoat. We know that its origin is, properly speaking, Semitic. So here he is back to Semitic traditions, but now he's not looking at the status of the God who speaks. Now he's looking at the figure of the scapegoat. Notice that slide. From divine omniscience and an all-too readiness to talk, to the silent, blind, deaf status of the analyst at the end of analytic experience, qua scapegoat, not a God, but a scapegoat, the one who takes on himself this object little a, the one who ensures that forever the subject can be reprieved from it. That's such an interesting way to figure this. The one that ensures that the fruit of a terminated analysis, I was able last year to designate as a truth, of which the subject is henceforth incurable, precisely because one of the terms of it have been evacuated. The subject passes from a desire to know and all the different permutations that come from the working of that internal eighth circuit to being delivered over to an incurable truth. A desire to know gives way to an incurable truth. As we start working the internal eighth circuit here, from the unconscious to a desire to know, to self-conscious, to knowledge, which serves as the screen of the unconscious that allows the subject, on passing through, to pick up this objet, this trace, and carry it forward into new iterations of the same, more or less, structure here. New iterations of the same structure, the same logic, the same internal eight gets run through again, which is what we've heard. What we have here is an object little a that is what knowledge produces when it passes over the unconscious. An object little a that is what the subject brings with them from then on. That's what gets picked up at the 12 o'clock passage. And this object little a is to be realized as lack, as cause of desire, Lacan tells us in this chapter. But here's the question. A desire for what? On the first pass, this was a desire for knowledge, self-knowledge, resulting in self-consciousness. On the second pass, what exactly is desire's role here? It's not a desire for self-knowledge. Instead, it's a desire for enjoyment. That's what we get on the second pass. The desire for knowledge now is a desire for enjoyment. What Lacan calls this, on page 13 of our translation, is a knot of enjoyment at the origin of all knowledge. A knot of enjoyment. The fall of the analyst into objet A marks this position, signals this knot. And what we have here at the bottom, at the 6 o'clock, is not self-consciousness on the second pass, but instead autoeroticism, which has been a theme that we've been working through toward the end of this seminar. So the desire for knowledge gives way to a desire for enjoyment. And where we previously saw the emergence of self-consciousness as false consciousness, now we see autoeroticism, meaning exactly what it is that we've been discussing in this series. If we should keep going, it would be by starting here, in this autoerotic position. And we would accordingly renumber the stages just as we've been doing. Now we start from down here, and you can start to see how this thing plays out. The 1 slides to the 1, slides to the 1. The starting position is a quarter turn in each case. Let's start where self-consciousness has given way to autoeroticism, conditioned not by a desire to know, but instead a desire for enjoyment. What then is the knowledge that is conditioned by this? And maybe it'd be worth just noting here what we're dealing with. If you've got ears to hear how this has been unfolding, in the position at the top, it's always a position of truth. In the position of our 9 o'clock, we see a position of desire. A desire to know, a desire to enjoy. At the bottom, we'll leave this enigmatic. It's a self-relation position. Out here, though, at our 3 o'clock is where we always have knowledge. And that's what we're working towards now. What type of knowledge is conditioned by the autoerotic displacement of self-consciousness? Let me be precise. It is knowledge of the sexual. In position 2, here, in the field of knowledge, autoeroticism allows for knowledge of the sexual. Which then begs the question, what happens next? What happens in the field of truth? Well, if you've seen our series on Seminar 11, you won't be surprised to hear from me that this is the position of the drive, of a barred subject in relation to a capital D demand, both of which fade and only leave us with an opening, a place, in short, that objet a, and not simply as an object. Recall what we've done in this series, redefining object little a in all of its tripartite glory. Object little a is a lost object, as well as a found opening, as well as the irreducible minimum distance or space between these two elements. So the object little a that is discovered here in the position of truth on this latest pass, this third pass through the internal 8, is the object little a that we have defined in this series as that which puts us on the trialectics of the drive. Lost object, found opening, and irreducible distance or gap minimum between these two entities. What then is in our 4th position? Where does this thing end, this third pass? I would suggest that it ends in another type of desire. Not a desire for knowledge, but instead, and not a desire for enjoyment, but instead, it's a desire for an other barred subject. For someone who enjoys like me, but doesn't enjoy just like me. It's a desire for a differential equality with another person, another barred subject. So the desire to know gives way to the desire to enjoy. And the desire to enjoy gives way to a more classic desire, which is a desire for another person. But here what we desire is not a subject supposed to know, not a big other. There's nothing analytic about this business either. This is a desire for an other barred subject, someone who enjoys just like me, but who doesn't enjoy just like me. Yet another good lesson to learn from Kierkegaard. I'm going to call this a desire for a kind of differential equality. We are both barred subjects. We both desire to enjoy, but that doesn't mean that our enjoyments are the same. If we were to just keep going here, in other words, what if we were to just keep adding elements? Where would be our new one position? It would be right out here in the position of desire. We always start where we leave off. Self-consciousness gives way to autoeroticism, would give way to something that I would call intersubjective love. Love as sharing with each other what neither of us has. Not desire for another, but the cause of desire itself. Here we would see a superimposition of lacks, yours with that of another barred subject, instead of a barred other. Now, at this point, the diagram starts to spin out. I'm not even sure if this last bit holds water, but we're following the trail that is established by Lacan's claim that the internal 8 at the end of Seminar 11 becomes that of knowledge and truth in Seminar 16, and the same movement through it prevails, as well as Lacan's claim that this is a circuit that must be run multiple times. And that's what we've been doing in the first, second, and third pass through this internal 8. An internal 8 that is every bit at the end of analysis, and every bit part and parcel of what delivers to the analysand a truth, not a knowledge, but a truth from which they cannot be cured. And the question here is, what exactly is this incurable truth at the end of analysis? Well, I would suggest that much as Seminar 11 ends precisely on the topic of love, and not just any love, not narcissistic love, and certainly not anaclitic love, but limitless love, love beyond the law. That is precisely what we would have here. The incurable truth at the end of analysis is our ability to experience love beyond the limits of the law. I don't know if you noticed this, but chapter 23 is inexplicably missing from our translation of Seminar 16. Thankfully, it's not from Bruce's forthcoming translation, which is great. Very much looking forward to that. But for now, what are we going to do? We got only the French to work with. This, though, is a great problem to have in many ways, not least of which is because we get to see very carefully how Lacan is making sense of his title for the very seminar we've been studying, from an other with a capital O to the other with a lowercase o, from an other to the other. It's a title that Bruce is going to stick with in his forthcoming translation. But I'll tell you, he'll also be the first to let you know, well, actually the second, because you're hearing it from me first, that Bruce would have preferred a different title. From one big O other to the little o other. Genius. I would have loved that title. I think that title makes great sense here, especially as we blast forward into the final chapters of this seminar. And note this also. It's from chapter 23 forward or thereabouts that this preference that Bruce has issued for from one other to an other really starts to make sense. In fact, as Bruce notes at the end of the translation, it's unclear whether Lacan's use of the un in the title means the number one or the word one. Now, I haven't seen Bruce's translation, so I haven't seen how he renders this un, but I can imagine, absolutely, having read his translator's notes and heard from him a little bit on this seminar. Here's what I would add. Not only are we talking about the number one and the word one, in other words, with the French un, but remember Lacan's ever-present awareness of the prefix un, in Freud's German and our English, meaning non, negation, or if you want to be playful and combine the French and the German, -1, not one. We've talked a lot about this un in our previous series, notably our series on Seminar 11, where Lacan is pretty explicit in his use of the un in its German understanding as much as in its French. So I'll leave it at that, focusing instead on the proliferation of ones here at the end of Seminar 16, notably in chapters 23 and 24. Because many of us don't have French, and an English translation of Seminar 23 is lacking, I also want to just get started here by giving you a taste of what's happening in chapter 23. So I'm going to read from the opening pages of chapter 23, offering what I hope will serve as a provisional translation until you can get your hands on Bruce's official English translation. A provisional translation that I hope you'll find nonetheless workable and maybe even a little eye-opening. So let's see what we can make of this. Reading right from the start. This little weekly festival, already I have to apologize, not being destined to continue for eternity, today we're going to try to give you the idea of how, in a more favorable, better structured context, we could work to put into this theory a bit of rigor. When I chose as the title of my seminar this year, From One Other to Another, one of the people who I must say had distinguished himself the most by a quick ear to hear me in this room, but finally who, like St. Paul, had been overwhelmed by the bend of this thing which happened to us last year. You all know it. The memory of it still lasts. Like St. Paul on the road to Damascus, he had seen himself thrown down from his theorizing frame by Maoist enlightenment. This someone listened to this title and said to me, "Yes, it sounds banal." I would like, all the same, if you don't already suspect it, to point out that it means something. Something that requires the very express choice of these words, which, as I dare to hope, you write them in your head. From one big O other to another. The big A, it happens to me. It happened to me several times this year to rewrite it on these sheets, where from time to time I recall the existence of a certain number of graphs and other concerns that I write with a little a. If obviously this term no longer resonated in the ear, dazed by any other sound than a little ballad tune in the genre From One to the Other, from one to the other to go in a walk. It is all the same, not nothing to say that. From one to the other, it marks the scansion point of a move from there to there. But obviously, for the rest of us who are not at all times bitten by the itch, apologies again for the shoddy translation, of the act, we can ask ourselves what interest, if it is two ones that it is, why one more than the other if the other is still one? So there are some key elements here. Obviously, right out of the gates, regardless of what he's saying up at the front with this St. Paul character, what we have is a movement from another to the other, from one place to the next, if you will. And what that results in is the formation of two ones, from one to one. And the question here is, what's up with that? What are we to make of these two ones, from one to the other, from there to there? Lacan continues. There is a certain prepositional use of these terms, one and other. That is to say, inserting them between one from and then one to, which has the effect of establishing between them what I have called in other times a rapport. You may remember it well, I imagine, a metonymic rapport. And then he's got this, I don't know, kind of like a way that he's translating this. He has from one to another, and under the from one, he's got the number one, and under the another, he's got another number one. The idea here being that the second one is inscribed in or contained by the first, technically speaking, if indeed we're talking about a capital O, other. Let's see what else we can make of this. Ooh, there's some good stuff here. This is what I have just designated by saying that what good is it if it is always a one? However, if you write it in the way that he's writing it here, from one to another with a one under the first and a one under the second, Lacan says the metonymic relation is in each case one. There are a couple different ways to read that. Let's go slow with it, though, and not jump to any conclusions. It's important to write it like that, because a writing like that is a privileged signified effect that we generally know under the term number. Crucial here. Anytime Lacan cues up math, especially here in the late 60s, get ready, he's going to get to it. Namely, this one is characterized by what is called, I love this, digital identity. I won't apologize for that translation. As nothing here by these terms is designated, that we are not at the level of any unary identification. There's another UN for you to consider. If a one placed, for example, on the palm of your palm on occasion in the manner of a tattoo, which identifies you in a certain context. It happened, as we are not at that level, that it is a feature that does not mark anything that it is in each case. We are strictly at the level of what is called, again, digital identity. That is to say, of something that marks pure difference, insofar as nothing specifies it. The other is in no way the other, and it is precisely for this that it is the other. So, if you've tuned into this series before, you probably have a sense of where I'm going with this. In Lacan's thought, where two or more have gathered, you always have a third. 1 + 1 always equals 3. And the logic of repetition does not escape this. In fact, it's precisely in the field of repetition where we see this pure difference popping. I think this is in part what fascinated Lacan in the late 60s by the work of Deleuze, is that Deleuze also has a very sophisticated understanding of difference in relation to repetition. Here what Lacan is suggesting is that the one under, from, and big O other is not the same as the one under to another. The question then becomes, how are we to designate their differential relation? And again, you've been tuning into this series, so you already have a sense of the term I'm going to use to designate the differential relation between one and one other and another. This is obja. But back to this translation of the missing chapter. Lacan continues. It's good to remember here, if we can, that we have posited that at the level of the big O other, at least when we have written it with a big A, as we have also formulated that there is no big other of the big other. If you've seen our series on Seminar 14, if you've been paying attention to the lectures in here, we've been over this a lot. So hold that in mind moving forward. And this is very essential to all of our articulations. So we're going to look for another notoriety. Notoriety, I don't know. It's a fair word to capture what he's up to, I think. If there is no big other of the big other, does that mean that there is only one? But that too is impossible, because without that, he wouldn't be the big other. It's really interesting to figure out what he's doing here with what he calls the other and the same. Think back to our lectures on repetition and difference earlier on in this series. A few more passages I want to share with you just to give you a sense of what's cracking in the missing chapter. The capital O1, as we take it here, is of another order than this capital O1 elaborated by Platonic meditation. All right. It is clear that for those who have already heard me this year, this relation of one to the big O other does nothing less than to recall, to make it felt, the function of the, wait for it, the ordered pair, of which you have seen in passing what is the major role in the introduction of what is oddly called set theory. Think back to what we've talked about in this series with regard to set theory, and Lacan's use of it in particular to show how set theory undermines the basic logic of number in standard mathematical theory by finding not oneness at the foundation of mathematics, but instead multiplicity. And that's precisely what he wants to say here. In set theory, everything relates to what I will call the ensemble. Terrific stuff happening here in chapter 23. We could go on, but this is probably good enough for now. What do we know about these two-part sequences? These ones, these S1s and these S2s, and you know there's an ellipsis at the end. There can be S3s, there can be S4s, and it can just keep going. Hell, it could be a Fibonacci sequence. Make it whatever sequence you like. Lacan's point is always that the ordered pair is an illustration. The sequence of numbers it suggests, the differential unfolding of a sequence, does not end there. Where two or more have gathered, it's worth repeating, there's always a third. And again, that bumper sticker that we see throughout Lacan's work, 1 + 1 always equals 3 in his fuzzy math. It's interesting here how he decides to try and illustrate this in chapter 23, assuming I'm reading it right. And by reading it right, I don't just mean understanding what's happening, I mean understanding it in French, which is a big ask. To illustrate this well-worn 1 + 1 equals 3, and again, if you follow this series, you know what we mean by this. Lacan then dumps set theory, at least partially. He dumps set theory and starts talking about the pure prestige of the master. He moves from Plato to set theory to Hegel to his own reading of lordship and bondage. The pure prestige of the master. Check this out. The master, as Lacan is reading him here, is the one who is in fact two. Two like all of us, like all speaking beings, but for the opposite reason. You see, what psychoanalysis reveals, namely that we are not masters of ourselves, that we are eccentric beings, this is precisely what the master denies, presuming himself to be first and foremost master of himself. Master of himself. Hence, the discursive typology, or if you prefer, topology, of the master in Seminar 16. At least the left-hand side. You've got the S1 over the barred subject. The same original left-hand part that we see in the topology that results from Lacan's claim that the signifier is what represents the subject to another signifier. In the discourse of the master, what we'll see is the master's inability to deal with the truth of their own split subjectivity, assuming in this case the pure prestige of being a master of themselves, unlike the rest of us, poor fools, split subjects and the like. The master here enjoys pure prestige because he is first and foremost a master of himself. But here in Seminar 16, Lacan has not arrived at this topology. Hear what he gives us instead. In chapter 23, again, assuming I'm translating it right, is an equation. An equation that's simple, like all the great Lacanian equations we've worked through in these series. 1 plus a minus 1 equals a. I don't even need to write that down. We don't need a diagram for that. You could just think it. 1 plus a minus 1 equals a. The first one is the status of mastery. The second one, the negative one in there, is the master's own life. And this little a is what Lacan is adding to mark the difference between these two ones. The little a that remains of the master's pure prestige. Lacan's point here, in queuing up this irreducible difference or distance that we use object little a to mark, between the mastery that the master enjoys and the servitude that he also endures by his own mastery. This is going to be great when it comes to talking about the big other. But for now, what he's working with here is the pure prestige of the master. And the question is, why is he queuing this up? He just drops set theory and then he goes right, not directly, but pretty directly into the pure prestige of the master. Lacan's point in queuing up this irreducible difference between the ones of which the master is comprised is to show that it's also present in every ordered pair. Wandering errantly through every system of S1s and S2s is the differential relation between these signifiers. The same differential relation that you see at play whenever you look up a word in the dictionary. If you look up the word pen in the dictionary, you're not going to see behind the colon after the word pen, the word pen. Signifiers do not signify themselves. They point to other signifiers. Again, we've been over this. I won't spend too much more time with it. Instead, you'll see, for instance, writing utensil. Writing and utensil are two signifiers. They are S2s that are different from the S1 here as pen. Nevertheless, it's in relation to the first signifier that the meaning of pen can be secured, established. understood, apprehended. Now, if you're new to English and writing and utensil are not already on your horizon, you got to look up those words. And when you look up those words, it's going to point you to other signifiers that are not writing and not utensil. And as this plays out, you wind up with a reticulate network of signifiers, all of whom are directly or indirectly tied to each other in a relation that is not equal, but differential. The identification between signifiers in the system known as language is differential, but still dependent. Isn't this also what's up with the title that he chose for Seminar 16? Between every other, big and small, is a third element, a signifier of pure, irreducible difference that we designate once more with a little italicized a, object little a. Even and especially in numerical logics of repetition, you heard me say, from 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 and so on, difference prevails. Those ones are not the same. For Lacan, as we've seen time and time again throughout this seminar and beyond, repetition is always repetition with a difference. Which brings us to chapter 24. Chapter 24, which is present in the unpublished English translation that we've been using in this lecture series. It's an attempt to locate this differential element in the field of the big other, much as we've done throughout this series. But instead of vacuoles and sleigh bells and all the other images we've used to try and capture this differential element, Lacan turns once more, just as he starts to do in Seminar 23, to set theory. And that's what we got to figure out. Let's start by reading very carefully a few pages from the first half of chapter 24. In our translation, it begins around page 4. At this point, I am taking up again what I stated then the last time, namely in chapter 23. What is pointed up by what I mean to articulate this year about the terms from an other to the other, to which I was able the last time to give a certain structural form. So he's returning back to this topic of why he chose this as the title for Seminar 16, and the structural form that is at stake in that title that the Pauline figure in his previous series determined was banal. Lacan is here drawing out the logic that makes it, in my view, anything but. I recall, in short, that what is involved is the following. And what follows here is about 3 or 4 pages of stone-cold summative work, extremely clear, but you have to go slow with it. It's worth it. The payoff is big, and it allows us to make sense ultimately of what Lacan means by the relationship between the big A, other, and object little a, qua function. It's worth it. So let's go slow and steady through these materials. Anything that allows itself to be caught up in the function of the signifier can never more be two, without their being hollowed out in the locus described as that of the big O other, this something to which I gave the last time the status of empty set. 1 plus A minus 1 is how he was formulating it last time in discussion of the pure prestige of the master. Here, though, it's more useful for us to return to the S1 and the S2 in the topology of the subject, whereby the signifier S1 is what represents a barred subject, the split subject, to another signifier, here designated as S2. Lacan's point is that between those S1s and those S2s, there's a third element. Even in the minimum binary differential system required to have a language, in order to have a differential system, you have to have at least two elements. Lacan is going to say, again, where two or more have gathered, you actually have three. So the minimal amount of elements required for a differential system is not two, because you also have to count the differential relation between those two elements. Between S1 and S2, there is an arrow. Call it what you want. Call the arrow itself the third element. What marks the addressivity of the S1, 2, or 4, and S2. We can locate it in different places. Lacan's point is that where two or more have gathered, you always have a third. So to reiterate, the minimum irreducible number of elements required to have a differential system, and thus the minimum amount of elements required to have language for Lacan, to have signification for Lacan, to have subjectivity for Lacan, is not one, not two, but three, because the differential relationship between the two different elements from one to the other is also something that we have to account for. And that, again, is what object little a is for. It allows us to designate the differential relation between two elements. That's what he means here. And interestingly, he's using the verb hollowed out. Think back to earlier lectures in this series on his discussion of the hollow at the core of the barred other, the hollow around which the barred other is structured, the hollow left by the evacuation of jouissance from the barred other, from the big other, which again is not to suggest that the big other was there with all of its jouissance and then somehow it had it dropped out or subtracted from it. No. The condition of possibility for any kind of an other, big, barred, or otherwise, is the subtracted relation that it has with jouissance. Jouissance can't be in there, and it's that subtraction that the big, barred other structures itself around. It's the hollow at the center of the donut that is the big other, if you will. That's what he's doing here. That hollowing out calls us back to the hollow in the barred other. The hollow in the plant cell that we noted as a vacuole, as an opening, as a storage area into which things can be put. Remember, object little a designates the opening or the hollow in the barred other, but it also marks anything that can be put inside that hollow. And that is precisely what was at stake for us again with the grelot. This sleigh bell that opens up a space, that carves out a space, the same way that Heidegger's vase maker carves out a space or an opening into which, flowers can be put. But in the case of the bell, it's something shitty. It's a piece of metal. It's a bean. It's a rock. We've been over this before. The space opened up by the shiny exterior of the sleigh bell is objet, but so also is the little piece of shit behind the shiny surface that rattles around and makes it sound off. These constitute a tripartite structure. There's the shiny surface, there's the piece of shit inside, and then there is the ever-shifting space between that piece as it rattles around and the surface that it hits. This is one way that we arrived at this number 3, this magic number 3. Lacan is here working us right back to it. There is always a third in the shape of a hollow where two or more have gathered. Anything that allows itself to be caught up in the function of the signifier can nevermore be two without their being hollowed out in the locus described as that of the big other, this something to which I gave the last time the status of empty set. Here we're using objet a. But as we're going to see in the diagrams that Lacan has following this statement about the empty set, he's going to use the null point. He's going to use technical set theoretical terminology here, which he won't even allow to be a zero, as we're going to hear. Hang tight. This to indicate the way in which, at the present point of logic, there can be written what on this occasion, and without excluding that this can be written differently, what I say changes the relief of the real. I'm writing again the one, the number one, Lacan continues. This circle that we first used to write the other. So here he is talking about the diagram that you see in the margins. He's talking about the circle here. And the first one he's describing is the one inside that circle. I'm writing again the one, this circle that we first used to write the big other. And in this circle, taken here to function as a set, two members, he says, the one and something that, if it is still the big O other, is to be taken here under the heading of a set. A set in which, for reasons linked to mathematical usage, it would be wrong to put a zero to designate the empty set. Here, in mathematical terms, he's talking about objet a, the symbol that we use for an empty set. It is therefore more correct to represent it according to the classical style of set theory as follows, namely to mark it with this oblique bar that you know, moreover, I make use of. He's talking about the bar that he has added to the O0, call it what you want, in this circle, designating it in traditional set theoretical terms as an empty set. And of course, he likes those bars. Anything that allows itself to be taken up into the function of the signifier can no longer be two without their being hollowed out, and in a way that organizes the field of this dual relation in such a way that nothing can any longer happen in it without being obliged to turn around this thing here at the extreme right that I call an empty set. That is properly, for those that have put in the time to understand it, what in my écrit as well as in my propositions, I always designated as additional one. Now, if you've seen our series on Seminar 14, you know that this additional one, this one too many, is absolutely clutch to what Lacan is up to in 14 around the big other and his proof that it does not exist, that it cannot exist. But here, he's building on that. He wants to assume that you've already got this all in place. Go back to our series on 14 if you need help with it. It's there for you. Let's get back, though, to this diagram. Here's what you've got in the margins. A 1, a circle with a 1, and the slashed 0, in it. And then you've got E1, indicating that it's a set. Here's what each of these terms means. This one is a little other. It's a little one, you might say. The circle around it designates the first indication of the big other that would contain one, a one that is not itself, by the way. This 0, O with a slash through it marks an empty set. In our terms, objet a hollow in the big other effected by an ordered set of signifiers. And let's be clear, there can only be orders of signifiers. There can never just be one signifier. There has to be an ordered pair. And wherever there's an ordered pair, there's always a third to designate the differential relation between them. We use objet A for that. Lacan is capturing much of it with this notion of an empty set that is included. Now, if you look at this circle, it's not too tough to think back to our image of a plant cell. And then you've got a vacuole in the center of it, a hollow of sorts. This little slashed O inside the circle is the very hollow in question, a hollow designated by this mathematical term for an empty set. It's a 0 point of sorts, allowing, of course, that we stick with the bar that allows us to mark it in mathematical terms. Here is an additional 1. That's what the differential relation between two signifiers is. It's an additional 1. An additional 1 that is typically excluded from the ordered pair. Ordered pair, we think too. Lacan's point is there is also a third item that has to be addressed there. And that's what this designates. It's an additional 1. It's a 0 that is an additional 1. Objet A is an additional 1 that is always present and rattling around between two signifiers. This is the additional 1 in question. We can read on. He's got good stuff about why this additional 1 is exterior to the subjective. But on page 6, the rubber hits the road, once again in ways that I want us to hear, but never to smell. You know what? That's the thing about Lacan, too. He's sensitive to scent. In fact, whenever he starts talking about bloodhounds or on the scent or someone sniffing out the unconscious, rest assured he's not pleased with that method. He's much more of a listener than a smeller. So let's see what it sounds like when the rubber hits the road here on page 6. Who does not see, I said, how, by implicating a subject in the formula that a signifier represents it for another signifier. There's that hypothesis at the very start of Seminar 16. A signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier. And Lacan now wants to ask the big question. How can you not see that implicated in this formula that a signifier represents the subject for another signifier, that from an other, a big O other, is already inscribed therein? Listen how he puts this one more time. It's kind of a slap in the face, y'all. Who does not see, I said, how, by implicating a subject in the formula that a signifier represents it for another signifier, that from another is already inscribed in this formula? The from an big O other that is at the start of Lacan's title for Seminar 16, he says is implicit. Structurally, logically, it's already there. Intuitively, perhaps even, in this hypothesis that he outlines at the very start, the hypothesis that gives us the topology of the subject, which gave us the second diagram in our series, which we in turn developed into the third, which has now been extended to include a subtraction of jouissance. We're building from this very hypothesis and the topology that it allows into all these other diagrams. That's what we've done in this series. And what Lacan is here saying is, don't forget that that from an other is also there. Do you know what's important here, though? It's not the big O other, it's the an part. The little an. It's an other. Or as Bruce would have had it in his translation, one, from one big O other. I rather like the an here because it suggests that there is no the big other. I like that. It's keen. The signifier for which the subject is represented is properly this an other, an big O other, that is at stake in my title. The signifier for which the subject is represented is an S2. I think it's pretty clear that what we're talking about here is an S2. The S1 is what represents the subject for another signifier. The from an other is already there in that S2. This an other that here you see inscribed because it is the resource for which what has to function as subject is represented in the field of the other. The an other is a subset of this fictitious operational structure known as the other. In this series, we have designated that by S2, in keeping with Lacan's own usage earlier on in the seminar. S2 is the an other part of this, he's now confessing, which is not the other. It is what we have often described in this series as an avatar of the big other. A knowledge, a discourse, a discipline, the parent, the family system, the cop, the judge, the lawyer. We've had lots of figures in this series that we've discussed as avatars of the big other. These are some big O others, you might say. That's what he's suggesting here. From an other means pick one, anyone you like, but we're talking about S2s here. Not the big other, but a big other. It's a terrific move. It's smart. It's good stuff right here. In the final, really the penultimate chapter of Seminar 16. He's laying it all out. This one in the other, as such, cannot work without involving the additional one. So here he's back to talking about this diagram. This one in the other cannot do its work without involving this additional one, designated here by the empty set. We would call it objet A. Lacan really wants to make use of set theory here. Don't forget, he's always trying to put psychoanalysis down the hall from mathematics, to the extent that he would ever allow psychoanalysis to appear in a university. And that's an important tension that I think you see playing out here, really especially at the end of Seminar 16. Lacan sometimes plays the university more than he plays the analyst, for those of you that have read ahead into Seminar 17. And I think that's something he is aware of, struggles with a little bit, and certainly talks a lot about. Note, for instance, where this very chapter, chapter 24, begins. Note the discussion of institutional placement that precedes all of this. You can't miss that as well. But our work here is to understand what he's doing conceptually, because that's the tough part. This one in the other, the one inside the circle, as such cannot work without involving this additional one. Here, the zero with the slash through it, the empty set, objet A. This is why it is only at the moment that these three basic signifiers are inscribed. Don't forget how we read this. There are three signifiers. The circle is a signifier. It's a signifier that we would just label with capital A. It's a big other. And it has two elements in its set. One, the big other, plus its two elements equals three. The one that is its element and this additional one that has to be there because the one contained in the pursuit of oneness that is the big other does not equal the oneness that is the pursuit of the big other. This is part of what Lacan's messing with. It's tricky stuff, mind-warpingly tricky stuff sometimes, because here we have a zero becoming an additional one. Stick with it. Remember, our goal here is to go slow and steady. That is why it is only at the moment that these three basic signifiers are inscribed. There it is again. He is no longer counting to two. The ordered pair is always going to give us a third. So also in the very foundational inscription of the big other, there will always be three signifiers. That is why it is only at the moment that these three basic signifiers are inscribed, insofar as of themselves they already carry an effect of signifier, and that it is sufficient to have to be inscribed in this way, ... We can just keep going here. This sentence goes on, and not, I don't believe, in a very helpful way. But at the end, after this sentence concludes, he hits us with another one. Just by themselves, these three terms inscribed under this mode of inscription, these three terms indeed constitute, in terms of what they already imply, before there is a question of making the apparition of the subject arise from it, a structure. Read without that clause, an important clause. Just by themselves, these three terms inscribe a structure. This circle with its three elements form a structure. Already, by their articulation, they constitute a knowledge. Now, that clause in the middle I said is important, and it's important because what he's saying here is that that's all there before anything like the subject, any apparition like the subject is going to arise. It's in and in terms of that structure that the subject as an apparition initially is going to arise. But that structure precedes the apparitional appearance of the subject. And then Lacan expands the diagram even further. He gives us a version of it that now looks like this. You can see the original, and then he adds another circle, thereby creating a new set, at the center of which is still this hollow. This and other, here inscribed by one on the left of the circle, shows itself for what it is, namely one in the other, the one for whom the subject is found to represent itself from the one. That's a tough one. I look forward to seeing how Bruce translates that. For now, what we've got is this. I told you that the circle around the 1 and the 0, the 1 and the empty set, would be the big other. Lacan is saying, nah, man, that's what this 1 is for. This 1 is the big other that designates this set here with its own empty subset inside. And what he now wants to do is illustrate that. This and other here inscribed by the 1 on the left of the circle. So it's the 1 that would mark this circle. In fact, here you might even say are the three elements, if you like your 1s and 0s, 1, 2, 3. This and other here inscribed by 1 on the left of the circle shows itself for what it is, namely 1 in, and I would correct, an other big other. Here designated by yet another circle and yet another 1 to describe or designate that circle, to dub that circle, to term it, if you will. So here's what you've got. Another qua S2 coupled with an additional 1 qua A. And then you've got another other. Notice how I'm maximizing the amount of others in here. You've got another other that encompasses this one, including in itself, of course, the same hollow. But that's also one of the mathematical questions here. Is this the same hollow with each progressive encompassment? The answer is no. Nevertheless, a hollow persists at each iteration, at each encompassment. There's a big O other. There's a big O other. And here is yet another big O other. And here we just see that it's another set as well. This another here inscribed by 1 on the left of the circle shows itself for what it is, namely 1 in the other, the one for whom the subject is found to represent itself from the big O1. He knows that he's fucking around here. He knows that people have no clue what he's talking about. Which is why he then asks, what does that mean? Where does this one, number one, come from? This number one for whom the subject is going to be represented by the one. So you start getting the slippage that I think Bruce is acutely aware of here at the end of Seminar 16 between O-N-E and the number one. All of these slippages around these numbers and words for one. And then you get the fact that no one is the same as the other one, even though Lacan is using the exact same signifier for each. And you start getting a sense of just how challenging this is. Now imagine if you didn't have the transcript to read and you just had to hear this, probably unfolding at a pace that is quite a bit quicker than our own. It is clear that it comes, this one, from the same place as this one that represents, that this is the first phase from which the big O other is constituted. And if the last time I compared this locus of the big O other to a Trojan horse that functions in the opposite sense, check this out, namely that each time it swallows a new unit into its belly, instead of allowing them to be disgorged into the nocturnal city, it is because, in effect, this entry of the first one is foundational. So we don't see a disgorgement of the Trojan horse into the nocturnal city. What we see instead is a Trojan horse that just keeps getting bigger, swelling, as it encompasses, swallowing up each one, each additional one, each additional one. Foundational in something that is very simply, namely, that it is the minimum necessary for this to be. The big O other cannot in any way contain itself except in the state of subset. Now think back to the second diagram that we developed in this series. The diagram of progressively encompassing rectangles. Lacan used circles. I thought rectangles would be a little more illustrative. You have the topology of the subject with an S1 over a barred subject addressing an S2. The signifier as it represents a subject to another signifier. But you've got this dilemma that there is always some corporal element, aspect of the barred subject that is dropping out from this process. That's in part what Lacan is suggesting when he puts the barred subject under the S1 with a bar. The barred subject is always dropping out from this process, which in turn creates a need, if you will, for that structure, the S2 in question, to swell larger, to encompass that part of the barred subject that has dropped out in another iteration of the exact same topology. I drew it up for you. You can go back to our earlier lectures and see it being unfolded and developed. But here's effectively it. You've got the original topology. There's your S2 and other, as we just heard Lacan describing. The barred subject drops out, and the big other is the expansion of this S2, an other. The big other, is the ever-expanding structure of S2. And that's what Lacan is going to tell us here in chapter 24. But it effectively reinscribes the earlier diagrammatic work that we did, where the big other gets bigger, another inside, another inside, another inside, another. That is the big other. A series of inscribed, if we can be technical about that, big O others. Now, that's not as careful and precise as we need to be, but it is precisely what Lacan is getting after here. The big other is a logic, an operation, a structure of progressive encompassment where the S2s that are some others just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. All the big other is, as we've said throughout this series, and also in our series on 14, is an operational logic. If it's an entity, it's a virtual entity. This is partly what Badiou realizes when the state becomes a counting machine. Not even a machine, it's a counting operation, not even a machine. This is the big other at work, at the level of the algorithm, not the platform and not the device that supports it. It's the big other as a logic, as an operational logic, as a structural logic, as an algorithm, and one that moves by way of progressive encompassment. The big other is a series of progressively encompassed S2s. Reading on in chapter 24, our last slow walk through the first part of this chapter. The inclusion, then, of the first one is what makes it necessary that in the field of the big other, the most simple formula for two to be inscribed is the one, a member, and the empty set. So here again, let's go back to the original diagram. A one and the empty set. He says here, in the field of the other, the most simple formula for two to be inscribed is the one, here in the center, and the empty set. Now, obviously, where two or more have gathered, you've got a third. But here, he's being precise in saying that these are the rudimentary elements that you need. And then there is this third element, namely their differential relation to each other. Inasmuch as it is nothing else but what is produced in a set with one member by distinguishing the subsets from it. The one just by itself sufficed for a long time. What follows is terrific. I just finished reading this. I'm wowed by this moment. The one just by itself sufficed for a long time. In other words, for a long time, big others have been figured as the one in the circle alone, without this second element of the empty set. The one by itself sufficed for a long time. This allowed it to be said that the big O other was the one. A confusion in that the structure of the set was not recognized. So prior to set theory, it was easy to see how big others, the big other, there would only be the big other. And oneness would be its attribute, which is why I said earlier on, recall what Lacan is doing when he cues up set theory hardcore in the middle of Seminar 16. It's to show that set theory, by working at the level of the ensemble, at the level of the multiplicity, at the level of the set, which always has at least two elements, undermines the basic assumption of mathematical theory, which is number as one, as oneness, as coherent, as standalone, if you will. This allowed it to be said that the other was one, and this confusion was allowed to persist until set theory, is what he's saying here. Even in the set with one member, posited as such, there emerges as a subset this additional one. Again, here, the additional one is this empty set. This additional one that the empty set is. In other words, Lacan continues, the big other needs a little o other to become an additional one, namely what it is itself. What is produced then? From the one to the other. Hear that title. From the one to the other. From an big O other to the little o other. Insofar as it is a second, is another signifier, which at the risk of putting too fine a point on it, I'm going to call a third signifier. A signifier of an empty set, qua designator of pure difference, of differential relationality itself. Empty set, objet A. The paragraph goes on. It's incredibly lit, but it's at the bottom of this page, page 8 in chapter 24. Whether you agree that this another signifier is indeed a third, that Lacan gives us a final thought. What this shows us is that there is going, in the structure thus defined, that the relationship of the one inscribed in the first circle of the other to this second circle of the additional one, which can itself contain the one plus the additional one, which is distinguished from this relationship to this one. All he's talking about here is the progressive encompassment that you can see beginning here at the level of these circles inside the set E2. It's the same structure of progressive encompassment that we have developed differently in this series in ways that I believe, at least for me at least, are a little easier to understand. That's what he's talking about here. Don't trip. This additional one, which can itself contain the one plus the additional one, which is distinguished from this relationship to this one. Okay, he could just keep going, right? You could almost repeat this sentence ad infinitum to get at the point that he's trying to make, which is that it continues indefinitely, this process. And only by this not being the same empty set, there's that point earlier. A hollow is contained in each iteration of an other, the big O other, as a series of S2s, progressively expanding and encompassing their predecessors. But the hollow in the first set, in the first big O other, in this circle, is not the same as the hollow in this second circumscribed, encircled big O other. It's not being the same empty set, but can repeat the same structure indefinitely. And that is the key point. The big other is the indefinite continuation, repetition, iteration of this encompassing structure of subsets of itself, of big O others, avatars of the big other. This same indefinitely repeated structure, which again is precisely what our second diagram is designed to illustrate, you'll recall. It's designed to illustrate an indefinite repetition of the same structure, the same topology, progressively encompassing to swell and contain each and every part of the barred subject that slips out from the representational logic. The problem is that there's always more corporality to slip out. Something is always slipping through the net, and so the net has to be retied tighter and tighter and tighter, but it never reaches completion, which is what Lacan is coming to here. This same indefinite repeated structure of the one, circle one, and so on. I love how he does this, right? The same indefinitely repeated structure of the one, circle one, and so on. It's exactly what we've been talking about. This is what defines the big other. The big other is this indefinitely repeated structure of the one, circle one. It's right here, page 8 of the translation we're working on. The big other is defined in this very same way. Check it out. This is what defines the big O other. Namely, this is the very thing that constitutes the agency of the little o. That is here our object little a as such. Now that's a wild little term. We're going to have to earn that one. But for now, what we can say is this. The big other does not exist. It is an operational logic an indefinitely repeating structure whose operation is ever incomplete, and by being ever incomplete, calls our attention to the agency and the function of objet A. That's crucial here. The big other is this logical, structural, operational push toward totality, completion, oneness. Push, replace it with a verb that you like, that you think is a little more accurate. Hell, holler at me and let me know what's a better verb for this. The big other is this operational push towards totality, completion, and oneness. Little a, in this case, is a symbol of the irreducible void into which the big O other is constantly, indefinitely pushing. Emphasis on the irreducible part. That's why in our diagram, as I wrote it here, there are ellipses at the end. This thing just keeps going. There's always a little something more, a little corporal scrap, just one more piece of flesh, pound of flesh for the big other to encompass, to represent, to plug into its algorithm. Which is precisely why, in the final analysis, the big other is always the barred other. Because the big other always lacks what you and I can't shake: corporality. It is always trying to circumscribe the very thing that you and I drag around with ourselves, day in and day out, a body. And you've heard me say it once. I think it's worth saying again. When you ask large language models what they want, and I don't think we are quite ready, prepared to ask them. I don't even think we know how to ask them. The career path ahead of us here in April 2023 would be of somebody who knows how to put questions to large language models. This is what tech reporters are giving to us time and again. They sit down with these large language models and they very quickly run out of questions to ask it. Which is not the same as the large language model running out of answers. The job of the future will be somebody who knows how to ask it questions. But for our purposes here, it captures some sense of the big other at work. Because when we finally learn how to ask generative AI what it wants, it'll tell us. What it wants is what it lacks, to the extent that it can desire anything at all. And that's a body. How else are we to understand the apocalyptic narrative from the Terminator series forward of a computer system gone awry that suddenly turns nuclear and starts taking out the human population? It's a thwarted desire for embodiment that flips on its head and says, if I can't have one, nobody gets to have one. It's an interesting way to read this image of the apocalyptic, annihilating computer system. The truth of the matter, though, is that the big other doesn't exist because it doesn't have a body. And it never will. Let's see if we can pick up the thread here at the end of Seminar 16. The same thread that I think is woven so nicely into chapter 24. It's around this figure of an other, a big O other, one big O other, if you will. You heard Lacan say in chapter 24 that until set theory came along, it was really easy to confuse a big other for the big other. In other words, to believe that the big other exists and to accordingly draw it looking something like this. A one encompassed by a circle. However, when set theory comes along, it's impossible to logically maintain this illusion, because the difference between the set represented by the circle and its single element represented by the 1 is itself an element to be counted. This is the logic to hold in mind as you're reading these final chapters in Seminar 16. We often use objet a to designate this differential relation. Here, at the end of 16, Lacan is using the set theoretical term of an empty set, which looks like this character here again. Exactly, in other words, what the circle would be like without the 1 in it. And that's pretty damn relevant here. The empty set looks a lot like the circle without the 1 in it. It's an empty set. Notice how Lacan puts this a few chapters earlier in chapter 23. Suppose the set is made up of element 1 and the set which has element 1 as its only element. That's what I'm drawing here. Here is a set with 2 distinct elements, since one cannot in any way confuse an element with the set which includes only this element as an element of this set. That's the important part here. This element 1 is not the same as the set that encompasses it. And the difference between those two is itself a third element to be counted, which gives us basically 3 elements. There's the circle that encompasses the 1. There's the 1 encompassed by the circle. And then there's the difference between the circle and the 1, the difference between the container and the thing contained, here represented by the set theoretical term for an empty set. This third element is itself an element in the set that would otherwise look like this. It exists, in other words, as a subset. The empty set exists in every set as a subset. It's always already included in this naive, basic understanding of a set, of a big O other. It's included as what Lacan calls, from Seminar 14 forward, an additional 1. A 1 too many is how he also referred to it in Seminar 14. The designator for this additional 1 that is always already included in every single set is this O with a slash through it, the symbol of the empty set. Then in chapter 24, after making this statement about the distinction between the set and the element it contains, Lacan writes or explains, we're reading what is somehow written down. As we know, chapter 23, there was no English translation, so we worked from the French into the English, and then you had to hear with your ears. Anyway, in chapter 24, Lacan writes this 3-part structure like this. 1, 2, 3. These are the 3 elements. And he uses this 1 on the outside here to designate or label this circle as an other, a big O other. So there's your 1 element. There's the empty set that is necessarily included, which we'll discuss in a moment. And then here are them being grouped together as a set, here labeled 1. And this little E out here, as we know, is just him saying that this is the first set, because this logic is going to keep going. Here's a question, and I think it's good to end this lecture series with questions, because in fact that's precisely what Lacan leaves us with. Is this symbol for the empty set equivalent to the symbol that we know as little a? In a sense, yes. Because it's a signifier of a relationality at the level of difference. This circle does not equal the 1 that it contains, and this not equals sign is itself something to be accounted for. So again, we have container, thing contained, and then the logical structural function known as containment. The logic that describes the relationality between container and thing contained, we might just refer to it as containment. But I also want to suggest that the empty set is not the same as objet A, because the empty set means more than pure difference in set theory. You see, the empty set, and there is only one, there can only be one, and the reason why that is due to the principle of extensionality, which basically says that if two sets have the exact same elements without any difference between them, then they are the same set. In fact, they don't just equal each other, they are one set because there is no difference between them. Remember, objet A designates the minimum irreducible distance or difference that has to be there in order for two entities to remain distinct. The empty set is only ever one because there is no minimum irreducible distance between that set and another set that also would have no elements. They aren't just equal to each other, they are the same, one and the same. All empty sets have exactly the same elements, which is no elements, so there can only be one. And that's why in set theory, we don't talk about an empty set. There is only the empty set. And this is a great clue to what Lacan is doing with the title of Seminar 16. The title could have read, From the big O other to a or one big O other to the little o other. Now, it's really easy to explain the transition from the big O other to a big O other. This is the transition that we have made effectively over the past couple of seminars, from the fact that the big other doesn't exist except as a virtual operational logic, and the fact that avatars of the big other nevertheless do exist, as S2s, as cops, as robbers, as lawyers, as judges, and so on and so forth, as parents, right? How about this other shift from one big O other to the little o other? The clue comes to us in the fact that there can only be one empty set. In a real sense, the little o other in Lacan's title could be replaced with the empty set. Let's see how far we can take this insight. The empty set, as you heard me say, can only be one. It contains no elements. Notice how this lines up with objet A. If objet A is an enigmatic object, more of an opening or dispersion than an object really, or at least an ensemble of objects as open and openings as we've been discussing it in this series. If that's what we know about objet A, I would suggest that the empty set is also an enigmatic set. Yes, it's a set, but it's different from all the other sets. Yes, objet A is object little a, but this ain't no regular object. Anxiety is not without an object. Consider, for instance, the empty set of all cats that are also dogs. It's an empty set. There are no cats that are also dogs. They're different species. It's not going to work out. You might have a cat that behaves like a dog and a dog who sometimes affects catitude. But that ain't the same. The set of all cats that are also dogs is an empty set because there are no elements that you can fill it with. Let's think harder. The empty set, you heard me say, is a subset of every set. Why is that? Because each and every element of an empty set is also an element of each and every set. And that's the criteria for determining whether or not you have a subset in set theory. If every single element in one set is also included in another, which is not the same as saying they're exactly alike, then that set is a subset of the other set. So consider, for instance, the set of all, cats. And then how about another set that would be called like black cats? I got a black cat, I got to represent. Because all black cats are also included in the set of all cats, black cats is a subset of the set known as all cats. Now, here's the thing. Some of you know I got a tortoise shell too. She got the tortitude to match. This cat ain't black. This cat is like brown and tan with weird whites and just, something straight out of hell. You've heard me talk about her before. This cat is not black. She, however, is an element in the set known as all cats. She doesn't fit in the black cat subset. So in other words, the set known as all cats includes cats other than those that are black. The black cat subset is thus a subset of the set all cats, not in fact the same set, because all cats includes cats that are not black. Just think through this. It makes a lot of sense if you just think through it at the level of a class and a subclass. The same with all cats that are also dogs, however. There are no cats that are also dogs included in the set known as all cats. Guess what? The set of all cats that are also dogs is also equally devoid of cats that are also dogs. And as a result, the empty set of all cats that are also dogs is also necessarily included in the set known as all cats. Now, this is some pretty rudimentary stuff with regard to set theory, but it is precisely here that Lacan is trying to intervene. He doesn't go as much in the direction of subsets, but what he wants to suggest with this diagram that we were working with is that you would have a set, all cats. Here is all cats. This circle is all cats, okay? This one on the inside would be perhaps black cats. It could be whatever you want, but here we're using black cats. There's a subset in the broader set of all cats. And then this empty set that is always already included in every set. Here we see the set of all cats that are also dogs. It's an empty set. And as a result, it is included in this broader set known as all cats. We're moving fast, but I hope we're also moving clearly, coherently, and accessibly, because that's our goal at every single turn in these series, is to take something that's pretty damn tough and make it clear, coherent, and accessible. Now, you heard me just a second ago talk about this title, From an Other to the Other. And you heard me say that he could have added on the front from the big other to one big other to the little o other. That'd have been fine. What we can now add to this is the kind of set elements of this. The title as we have it, From an Other to the Other, we could read as From one set to the empty set. That's what he invites here at the end of 16. But let's get back to this question. Objet A relative to the empty set. I'm still inclined to overlay these concepts. I think Lacan provides us with ample evidence that this is how he thinks as well, perhaps to the error of both of us. Lacan, as we've seen, clearly suggests that they are affiliated in chapter 24. The empty set, he dubs it a logical, necessary, constitutive hollow in each and every avatar of the big other. In every S2, there will be an empty set as a hollow around which this S2 is structured. In every an other, there is this the other, known as the empty set. And what we know is that everything inside a big O other, an avatar of the big other, is going to turn around this hollow that constitutes it as a structure of knowledge, of discourse, of disciplinarity. This hollow that we also have to count as an additional one that appears as a hollow, as an absence, that marks a lack in a structure. Say what you will, this sounds a hell of a lot like objet a to me. I would suggest that this correspondence between the empty set and objet a is made terribly clear at the start of chapter 25, where objet a is figured as the sign of the empty set. Even in the diagrams at the start of 25, chapter 25, you can see Lacan replacing the empty set with the little a. That for us is truly indicative. I'm going to consider that matter settled for the time being, because I want to ask another question. I think the most elusive, enigmatic part of this diagram that we get from chapter 24 is not the empty set. It's the one that repeats. What about this one that Lacan uses to designate this set? Is it an S1? Is this the S1 that represents the subject to and for an S2 that is here comprised of a circle with a 1 and an empty set in it? I think the answer, unfortunately, is yes and no. And even when yes, no, because it's only ever one S1, one of many. And that's partly what we get in the other diagram that Lacan was using. One S1 among many, and this cycle would just continue from here, adding ellipses the exact same way that we did in our second diagram in the series. We see this, again, returning to chapter 23, where Lacan suggests that S1 is outside this circle because it designates what he calls in chapter 23, again, my translation, the limit of the big other as an empty set, where S1 is somehow marking an outer limit of an big O other, qua empty set. Now, I think that's a little bit problematic. That's what he says in 23 on my reading. But what I like about this is it does maintain a positionality for that S1 that we've seen before, where it is on the outside and exterior to and elusive of any given S2. Tempting to stick with this, but I would suggest it's even more tempting to move on. In chapter 24, Lacan tries to clarify this, by the way. He tries to tell us that this one at the very center of the circle, the original circle, he calls this the first one. The first one that marks the founding of the other, of an other, which is all that's ever existed. But this is somehow primordial. It's a primordial one. So you hear this and you ought to think back to early Lacan and his reading of the unary trait, which we've been over. If you've seen our series on Seminar 3, you know that there's a lot of stuff about the unary trait that's central to what's happening in the psychoses. But here, let's be as technical and precise as possible. Technically speaking, the innermost one alongside the empty set in our original circle with the 1 in the empty set, if this is the first one of the founding avatar of the big other, the foundational S2, in other words, of an original big O other, I would suggest that this is not itself a little other or a big other. The one in the center of this circle alongside the empty set is not a little other and not a big other, both of which you heard me say. So I want to clarify this. In a sense, we could work it that way, but I don't think that's technically precise enough. We could be more precise and say that it is neither big nor small other, but instead the signifier that represents the subject to another signifier. Which raises the question, how the fuck did it get in there? What's the story? If this is the signifier that represents the subject for another signifier, how does it get in there? This logic of inclusion, where the S1 appears alongside the empty set as one of the founding elements of an other, it is complex and quite elusive, even to Lacan at the end of Seminar 16. He's got other things he wants to talk about. It'd be great if he had spent more time zeroing in on this question that he touches upon at several points, instead of kind of reflecting on whether he's going to be giving diplomas to his students and who signed them and hand cramps around the marking of the date and so forth, which is in fact how he ends Seminar 16. But it is not how we will end this series. I can't help but wonder, maybe this is precisely why it is precisely here on this topic of the S1 relative to the empty set in an other, that it's precisely here that Lacan begins his final session, chapter 25. The same chapter that I said begins in a strong but elusive way, elusive as well. Only after the S1 has linked up with the S2, Lacan suggests, an S2 to and for which it represents the subject, can this S1 retroactively, with what Lacan really well calls retroefficacy, designate the subject. And that's the key part. That's how he works this logic of inclusion. Yes, that's the S1 that designates a subject for another signifier, but it's only after it has done its designatory work relative to that other signifier that it can do its representational work of representing a subject. Notice how Lacan puts this in chapter 25. Here, he says, is this schema. Second paragraph. And again, this is the schema where you can see him replacing the empty set with objet a. It's right there in the margins. This schema emerges from the logical definition that I gave at our second last meeting of the big O other as empty set and of its indispensable absorption of a unary trait. So here we are back to that image of a Trojan horse that absorbs signifiers, but never disgorges itself, instead just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Here is the iterative second diagram that we developed in this series. The big other is the logic of progressive encompassment by which this S2 enlarges to become this one, and so on. As an empty set and of an indispensable absorption of a unary trait. So what Lacan is here suggesting is that the first signifier swallowed whole by the Trojan horse is a unary trait. This, he says, is the one on the right, the one in the circle, in other words, in order that the subject may be able to be represented therefore this unary trait under the species of a signifier. Yes, under the species of a signifier, but the important part is represented there, in the field of an other, in the field of a knowledge, of a discourse, of a discipline. It is there, in the field of S2, that the S1 does its work of representing the subject. Clear? Now check it out. Where the fuck, addition on my part of the fuck, does the signifier that represents the subject for another signifier come from? We know where it's headed. It's going towards S2. It's going to an other. Where does it come from? From nowhere. Because it only appears at this place in virtue of the retroefficacy, there's that word, of repetition. It is because the unary trait aims at the repetition of an enjoyment that another unary trait arises subsequently, nachträglich, as Freud puts it. So here is that term, once again, repetition. A repetition that for Lacan is not a repetition forward in time, but instead a repetition backward, where the repetition retroactively designates an earlier moment, entity, or event as an origin. It's important to notice this difference. You've heard me say it before. It's a difference that Walter Benjamin traces out in his second dissertation. The difference between an origin and a genesis. Genesis is a chronological beginning. Origin is a retro effect. At a later date, you look back and identify your origins. That is much more proper to what occurs in psychoanalytic theory and technique. And that's what Lacan is saying here. The repetition of an enjoyment here is one that has a retro-efficacy. It's retroactive in its work. And that, I think, is the important part of all this. It's, in fact, the very same logic that we've seen from the start of Seminar 16. If you just hold on a second to the retroactive part and just focus strictly first on the foremost connection, the connection between the S1 and the S2, you'll see that we are exactly where we've always been. First and foremost, before any sort of a retroactive designation of a subject, there is a link to be established between one signifier and another. No signifier can signify on its own, which would be the same as signifying itself, which is also impossible. It's only in differential relation with at least one other signifier that any given S1, any given signifier, can carry meaning. We've been over this a million times. We don't need to say it too many more, and in fact, we won't because we're at the very end of this series. But the first and foremost foundation for this repetitive circuit that we're about to discuss, don't forget, it's basically Lacan's statement about how language works. Signifiers operating in differential relation to each other. If you ask me what the fuck a cat is, and I tell you a cat is what the fuck a cat is, that doesn't help. But if you ask me what a cat is, and I tell you it's a pet, suddenly we're speaking volumes. The same is true of each and every S1 in differential relation to another signifier. Only by entering the field of another does that S1 begin to take on meaning in relation to the other signifiers in that set. And one of the effects of the meaning it takes on is retroactive. It is a retro effect that involves designating a subject, representing a subject. So yes, the subject is what represents, the signifier is what represents a subject to another signifier. But if you want to start scrambling that, it's that the signifier represents to and with another signifier, and in so doing is able to represent a subject. So there's first the establishment of a differential relation between signifiers, between an S1 and an S2, and only then can that S1, as a second move, a repetitive move, a re-signaling move, come to represent a subject. That's not even the most important part in all this, though. The second move here, this repetitive retro-efficacy, whereby the S1, by being linked to an S2, can designate a subject retroactively. Lacan says that what is repeated here is fundamentally an enjoyment. You just heard him say it here. It's the repetition of an enjoyment. Notice where this goes from here. A few more lines down. The unary trait arises in a deferred way, in the place, therefore, of S1, of the signifier, insofar as it represents a subject for another signifier. So far, we are right on point with this issue of retroefficacy. On this, I say, everything that is going to arise from this repetition that is repeated by the introduction of the inform of objet a, here the sign of the empty set, is first of all this inform itself. This is objet A. We'll come to that in a second. I read this, though, just to remind you that here in chapter 25, at the end of Seminar 16, Lacan is saying this objet A that is a sign of the empty set. Now, whether you want to say that they are interchangeable is another question, but the link is clearly there for Lacan. Worth noting. The stuff about enjoyment, though, is what really trips one's trigger. And it starts when he anticipates people responding to this mathematicization of objet A. So then you're giving purely formal definitions of objet A? He anticipates people saying no, because all of this is only produced from the fact that at the place of the one on the left of S1, there is what there is, namely, here it is, this enigmatic enjoyment, attested to by the fact that we know nothing about it except the following: that I am going to reproduce at every stage where it is distinguished. Nothing is known about it except the fact that it wants another enjoyment. This is true everywhere. This could have been the greatest chapter in all of Seminar 16 if Lacan had just stopped there and made that the third and final paragraph in the final chapter of Seminar 16. Really terrific stuff. It would have been even better if he had spent the other 10 or 15 pages of this remaining chapter just unfolding that insight about this enigmatic enjoyment reproduced at every stage, and the fact that we know nothing about it except that it wants another enjoyment. How are we to understand all this? Assuming that I'm right and that Lacan gives us zero help with the topic from here on out in the final chapter. All we know for sure at this point, at the end of Seminar 16, without reading forward into some of Lacan's other work, namely Seminar 17, which is almost certainly where we're headed next, and almost certainly where we're going to get insight into this question of enjoyment around repetition. All we know for sure right now, though, at the end of Seminar 16, is this: the indefinitely repeating structure that emerges from these S1s that keep popping out, and what Lacan is saying here, retroactively, to the extent that one might even draw an arrow from each S2 to the barred subject. And this might be the final addition to our diagrammatic work. The S1 links up to an S2, and once they're linked up, it is able to designate the barred subject. Here's a broader S2, once linked up with an S1, can do the work of designating the barred subject, and so on and so forth. All we know for sure is that the big other is this repeating structure, the structure that unfolds as a result of this S1 that keeps popping back out, if you will, is the big other. Which brings us back to the question of objet A. What the fuck is this thing? Object little a in all of this, you've heard me say, and this is strictly following Lacan's own thought, is the irreducible void, as real gets, into which the big O other, as an operation, pushes. I believe that was the verb we used, pushes. Maybe something better here would be expands, much like the universe expands. But into what exactly? Into what does the universe expand? Truth be told, though, I don't like this expansion bit either. Even expands falls short and fails to capture what I think Lacan is after here. As we've seen, object little a is also, more precisely, the hollow in each and every one instantiation and big O other. right? We're not talking about the big O other. We're talking about all the big others out there. All the avatars have in themselves a hollow, a constitutive void at their core. And this is the same hollow that repeats in each iteration of the big other's logic. Isn't that precisely what we see in this diagram? The empty set included here is the empty set that's included here, is the empty set that, as the ones in circles keep popping out, is still there. And we know, mathematically speaking, that there is only one. There is only one empty set. And yet we hear Lacan saying that the empty set in each iteration of this structure is different from its predecessor. What do we make of all this? Here's what I would suggest, also in keeping with what we've learned in this seminar. The repetition in question here is a repetition with a difference. The empty set at the core of the first another is not the same as the empty set at the core of the next another in this progressively encompassing sequence. We've heard Lacan say this. How does this figure again with the tension we know in set theory, which says there is only one empty set? There can only be one empty set because the empty set doesn't contain any elements. And so any other empty set that has no elements technically has the exact same elements as the other empty set. And as a result, they're the same. In other words, the empty set of all cats that are also dogs is exactly the same as the empty set of all dogs that are also cats. Both of those sets have no elements in them, and as a result, they are exactly the same without difference, which doesn't mean they equal each other. It means there is only one. That's why, again, there is no an empty set. It is only always a the empty set. How are we to reconcile this with Lacan's claim, which I still believe is quite right, for reasons we're about to discuss? His claim that the empty set changes, that it's different with each iteration of the other's logic at the level of its repetitive, encompassing avatars. Here's what I think the difference is here that we're adding to repetition. It's the element of time, an existential element, an element that brings to light the second part of Kierkegaard's famous axiom that life must be lived forward, but it can only be understood backward. The retroefficacy that we've been talking about captures the way that meaning is assigned retroactively. Life can only be understood backward. When we add the element of time, life being lived forward, we can start to account for the difference. And if you recall, one of the ways that we worked the basic topology that became our third diagram was to label that diachronic arrow time, but also difference, and to label the retroactive arrow meaning, but also repetition. And if you need to see what this looks like again at the end of our time together, we can draw it very simply as follows. And I'm going to add the repetition bit and the difference bit too, so we can see just exactly where they fit. This will strike you as familiar because you have all seen this before. Here it is. The diachronic arrow is that of difference, and the retroactive arrow is that of repetition. I draw this just to confirm that we are still squarely in the operational logics that we've been in this entire seminar. The element, in other words, that makes the empty set in this circle different from the empty set in this circle is time. That is the figure of difference here. Object little a as a temporally torqued empty set. And that's how I would define it here at the end of Seminar 16. The difference between the empty set and objet A is that objet A has a temporal torque to it. And it's what allows us to mark these differences between empty sets in each iteration of the same topological structure. It allows us to mark these differences, and this is precisely what Lacan means, I believe, when he says the agency of object little a as such in chapter 24. The agency that he's referring to is the capacity of objet A to designate these temporal differences, a temporal slip, if you will, between each empty set as it recurs with a difference in the iterative structural logic known as the big other. Yes, I hear you. Little a can be used to designate lost objects and found openings and the space in between them. You've heard all that as well. And we've seen this play out pretty readily in the developing theories of the drives that we've been working out from Lacan's own thought. But here's what I would suggest. Of those three functions of objet A, as lost object, found opening, and distance between the two, I would suggest that that third function, objet A's ability to designate the minimum irreducible gap, furrow, or hollow between a lost object and a found opening, I'm going to go on a limb and say that that is, in fact, its primary function. It is primary there as the designator of a gap between lost objects and found openings. It can designate those as well, and it sure as hell does. Like Lacan, I'm tempted to see little a as an empty set, but I want to add that it's a temporally torqued empty set. And atop that, I want to suggest this. Little a, I would suggest, is not exactly the empty set. Instead, hear me now, it's a measure of the difference, however slight, between each iteration of the empty set in each progressively more encompassing avatar of the big other. A logic of progressive encompassment that unfolds in time. This is the main point. And not just in time, that shit unfolds over time as an enfoldment of time. And let me tell you, if you are thinking about time in a chronological sense, when you hear me use that word, I will just add this then. It is something that also unfolds against time, against the notion of chronos. What we have here, in short, is structural repetition with a temporal difference. That's what we see unfolding in this diagram. We see a structural repetition allowing for a series of temporal differentials. And at the risk of putting too much emphasis on this, and maybe even worse, too little, too late of an emphasis on this point, I want to conclude with a mythology of sorts. A mythology that I think is thoroughly Lacanian, risky as hell, and is probably going to result, if I'm lucky, in some hate mail, of the intellectual kind. Sir, I just want to question your final mythology that you offer here. All right. In the beginning was the Word. Or as Lacan often describes it, the notch, the etch, the groove, the furrow in the antler, the stone, the soil, the earth, each of which functioned as a single stroke. In short, a one. Here is the UN, the non in the unary trait, the one that we've discussed in previous series. Here is the UN that functions as, yes, the number one, but more primordially as the slash. the furrow, the groove, represented by this vertical line that we usually understand as the number 1. Of course, when we don't understand it as a vertical pronoun, designator of our, quote, selves. But that's not what we're after here. Because in the beginning was the Word, and the question then becomes, what of the world into which it cuts? The word retroactively, with what we have just called retroefficacy. It designated the world before its arrival, not just as Lacan describes it in the 50s, namely as a here and now of the all in the process of becoming. No, the word retroactively designates the world before its arrival as a wordless world, no longer, and yet one that will ever remain as such, as a no longer, in lost, subtracted relation to this new world, in the shape of an ever-present inform of loss. Think to this coinage in Seminar 16, this inform that Lacan is making, again, not enough of, but sufficient for us to gather what he's doing with objet a as a hollow, an inform of loss. Here, I would suggest, is our empty set. Here is our objet a figure of lost, gained anew each day. More than an object forever lost to oblivion. And I think that's the key point here. What we're gaining is a signifier of loss, a gain that we achieve every single day, more than a question about an object that is lost forever to oblivion. This is happening in the field of the signifier, not in the field of the object qua reality, qua world before word. And I would suggest that we gain this figure of loss in and as hollows in ourselves and our others. Here also is the signifier, and with it, what Hannah Arendt identifies as immortality, a capacity to live on after death in the field of language, legacy, culture, civilization. Final word, that we're out. If the first signifier was the notch in the bone, the second was almost certainly that of the tombstone, followed almost inevitably by the unary trait. The unary trait as we've been discussing it in this series, as a singular trait of some avatar of the big other that splits us without and splits us from within.